gantian MC-nya. Kemarin dialog dari Jepang. Ya ini lebih bagus.
Welcome to Pamulang University Conference Room. To the honorable guests, our invited plenary speakers, Dr. Rohadwi Awaludin, the Chairman of Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Professor Jarod Sulistyo Wisnubroto, the Chairman of Indonesian Nuclear Society as the Supervisor Board, and Dr. Eko Purnomo, Spesialis Kedokteran Nuklir Teranostik Molekuler Onkologi, the Chairman of Indonesian Nuclear Medicine and Molecular Theranostic Society. And to our moderators, Syaiful Bahri, PhD, and Dr. Kenirina Sunario, to the presenters, participants, and esteemed guests, we warmly welcome you to the second day of International Conference on Nuclear Science Technology and Application 2023, ICONSTA, in conjunction with HIMNI, second annual meeting, and Pamulang University Conference on Interdisciplinary Science, Engineering, and Technology. ICONSTA 2023 is organized by HIMNI, or Indonesian Nuclear Society Association, Pamulang University, Nuclear Energy Research Organization, APRI, Association for Radiation Protection of Indonesia, National Research and Innovation Agency. This conference won't be held possible without the generous support from our sponsors, Torcon Power Indonesia, Gamma Mitra Lestari, Nuklindo Lab, and Nutrilab Pratama. This event is also live streamed in YouTube, Sasmita Jaya TV. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Hannah, and I will be the master of ceremony of second day, and I will guide you throughout the programs today. Let us start with reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So today we will have two plenary sessions, followed by a company presentation from Torcon Power Indonesia. Then we will have lunch break, first parallel session, second parallel session, and there will be a closing session. Without further ado, let us proceed to the next agenda. The first session of plenary speech will be chaired by Mr. Syaiful Bahri, PhD, and I will read his CV. Please show his CVO. Okay, so Syaiful Bahri, PhD, now he's the head of the Center for Nuclear Fuel Cycle and Radioactive Waste Technology in the National Research and Innovation Agency, and he has a solid experience in the design of nuclear reactors. And I would like to invite our first plenary speaker, Dr. Rohadwi Awaludin, the Chairman of Research Organization for Nuclear Energy. Please come forward, and I will hand over the session to Mr. Syaiful Bahri. As to the moderator, please, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Right. Distinguished Head of Research Center, Head of a Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Dr. Rohadi Awaludin, distinguished participants and students here. First of all, to welcome all of you to the second days of seminar, ICONSTA and also ISET. And today we have three presenters this morning. The first presenter is Dr. Rohadi Awaludin. He will talk about the future plan of research and development on nuclear science, technology, and applications. And the second presenter, Professor Dr. Jarod Sulistyo Wisnubroto. I will invite him later on after Dr. Hadi finish the presentations. He will talk about hot issues on nuclear science, technology, and application on webinar HIMNI, during the webinar HIMNI. And the third speaker, Dr. Eko Purnomo. He is the chairman of Indonesia Nuclear Medicine and Molecular Theragnostic Society. And he will talk about the nuclear science, technology, and application on nuclear medicines. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think these three presenters are very comprehensive. We'll cover everything from, let's say, from the policy, from Dr. Hadi Awaludin and the practical things. Professor Jarod and Dr. Eko will reveal after that. But before we continue with the presentation from Dr. Hadi Awaludin, I would like to present the CV, curriculum vitae of Dr. Hadi Awaludin. Please. Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Hadi Awaludin was born on May 26, 1971 in Klaten, Indonesia, Central of Java. Yes, Wong Chowo ini. Klatenis, yes. He's currently the chairman of the Research Organization for Nuclear Energy under National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. So absolutely he is the important persons in the policy inside of BRINS. And Dr. Awaludin as well have an advancing field of nuclear energy, and also he has a long journey during the research. For example, here he has a pivotal roles in National Nuclear Energy Agency of Indonesia, from being a researcher of radioisotope technology to heading the radiopharmaceutical technology divisions, and later on he was the head of Research Center for Radioisotope and Pharmaceutical Technology. And his academic background is also equally impressive. Dr. Awaludin pursued his undergraduate course in Kanazawa University, Japan, specializing in the Faculty of Engineering, and is continue his academic journey with the master courses and doctoral courses at the Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, or JAIS, focused on the School of Material Science. So without further ado, today please welcome Dr. Rohadi Awaludin, who will present the future plan of research development on nuclear science, technology, and applications. Please give a big applause to Dr. Rohadi Awaludin.
Thank you, Pak Saiful.
Yeah, 30 minutes, yeah, Pak Rohadi.
Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and also steering committee for inviting me in this very important event, symposium related to nuclear science and application. Thank you very much for inviting me in this very good opportunity. And today I would like to talk about the prospects of nuclear technology applications in Indonesia. As you know that nuclear is very now widely used in many countries, and I believe that it will be used also in Indonesia in a very wide application. And today I would like to talk some development or some events or some policies that will affect the application of nuclear technology in Indonesia. And I will start with the basic principle of nuclear technology. First slide, please. In the introduction, I would like to introduce or to talk about the basis of nuclear technology. There are 4 phenomena that will be the basis of the development of nuclear technology and also the application. The first is the nuclear decay. As we know that now we know about radioisotope, radionuclide, and they emit particle, beta or alpha, and also gamma ray. Yeah. And it is very, very important and can be used in many kind of application. And number 2, we know about nuclear fission reaction, and we know nuclear reactor, the place or the installation where nuclear fission is controlled for many applications. And we know that for nuclear fission reaction, there are 2 kinds of product. The first is energy. This reaction will produce very large energy. And the second is neutron. So we know now 2 kinds of reactor. Power reactor, the reactor will use the energy of the fission, and then non-power reactor, where we use neutron produced by the reactor. Neutron can use for activation, for example, for producing radioisotope. And we know about neutron scattering, neutron diffraction, and also neutron radiography. This is some example of the use of a neutron. And now many kind of neutron science is used for material characterization and many kind of application. This is based on the nuclear reaction, and the produced material or produced thing is neutron. So based on neutron from fission reaction. And number 3, about the acceleration of particle. As we know that charged particle can be accelerated in electric field. So we can use electric field to accelerate a charged particle. For example, proton, which is very famous, I think, a proton, and some ion can be accelerated in of electric field. And 2 kinds of accelerator based on the method of the acceleration. The first is linear acceleration. So we know a linear accelerator where the charged particle is accelerated in a linear method, linear way. And the second one is cyclic way, and we know cyclotron is the example where the particle is accelerated in a cyclic form. And we can obtain very high energy particle by this acceleration. And we know, for example, now in kilo electron volt and then mega electron volt. And now some accelerator can produce charged particle with the energy in giga electron volt. This is the range of the energy can be produced by accelerator. And the high energy, so in this case, high energy is very important for many kind of application. For example, for radioisotope production is one example of the use of high energy particle. And number 4 is a fusion reaction. And now in the lab, I think, in the lab stage, there are some experiments using using this fusion reaction. But for daily life, I think we're not using now, not yet use the fusion reaction, but we use natural fusion reaction from sun. So every day we we use a natural fusion reaction from sun. This is the basis of nuclear technology. And the next please. Oh, okay. And we know that actually there are many kinds of applications in nuclear energy. In sorry, I can't this one. I have to see my paper, sorry. So nuclear technology has been used in various fields to improve our life, social welfare. For example, in the health sector, for example, nuclear technology has been used in the diagnosis and therapy for various diseases, especially for cancer. And today we will have a talk from Dr. Eko. Thank you. I think he will describe about the application of nuclear and nuclear medicine. And also in the energy sector, nuclear technology has been used in electricity now. You know, nuclear power plant. This is the example of the application of nuclear energy and nuclear power plant. And now in the world, about 10% of the electricity is generated from a nuclear power plant. About 10%, very high, I think. And it contributes very much in reducing or avoiding the production of carbon dioxide. So it's important for net zero emission target. And the next, in the field of agriculture and food, nuclear technology has been used in plant breeding and also for food preservation. And I will talk it more detail later. And in the sector, nuclear technology has been used in various testing and also measurement. You know about the nuclear non-destructive testing, for example, used Camari and some other nuclear phenomena for testing of our, for example, our facility. And now I will to talk about how about Indonesia, the prospect of using this technology in Indonesia. I will start with in the health sector. Okay, Ministry of Health of Indonesia has decided that diagnosis and treatment using nuclear technology is part of the standard procedure for cancer treatment in Indonesia, and the ministry will increase the number of radiotherapy facilities using LINEX or radioisotope, single photon emission computed tomography or SPECT, and also positron emission tomography or PET for increasing health services of cancer in Indonesia. And several cyclotrons will be constructed for medical radioisotope production. And now actually Minister of Health have categories about new health facilities for cancer treatment. There are 4 categories. The first is Paripurna cancer facility or comprehensive cancer facility. Number 2, Utama cancer facility. Number 3, Madhya cancer facility. And number 4 is Madhya and Pratama nuclear cancer facility. So for the comprehensive or Paripurna and Utama, the nuclear technology will be used or must be used in the facility. And for Utama, the Ministry of Health has a target that every province in Indonesia must have at least 1 facility in Utama categories of a cancer facility. So in this Utama, the nuclear will be used for radiotherapy and used for diagnosis using a SPECT-CT. So I believe that in the near future, there will be many SPECT-CT will be constructed in some hospital. Each province, they must have SPECT facility. And for comprehensive or Utama, they must have a PET center. So they have, for PET scanning, it means they need cyclotron. They need cyclotron for producing FDC, for example, for PET scanning or PET CT. And this is the photograph that Minister of Health of Indonesia met the Director General of IAEA last May to sign cooperation between Ministry of Health of Indonesia and International Atomic Energy Agency. So there are two kinds of cooperation, at least two scopes of cooperation. Number one is about human resources, capacity building of human resources for nuclear facility in health. And number two is about quality assurance in the services of facility using nuclear technology, radiotherapy, radiodiagnosis, and nuclear medicine. And in the last general conference, Minister of Health, the Director General of Layanan Medis, medical services, went to IAEA with a director of Dharma Hospital, went to IAEA to meet with some persons IAEA, for example, director of nuclear health for human, nuclear application for human health, or NAHU, Dr. May Abdul Wahab, to discuss about the implementation of a cooperation between Ministry of Health and IAEA. And they also asked more detail about how to produce FDG, for example. They like to know about the opinion or the recommendation from IAEA how to produce, how to use one cyclotron, not only for one hospital. So the IAEA said that technically it is possible because FDG, fluorodeoxyglucose, which main radiopharmaceutical for nuclear medicine and PET, is stable more than 5 hours. So technically, it is possible to send from one facility, production facility, to hospital. But about the management and regulation, it is based on every country. So IAEA cannot intervene about the regulation. It's based on each countries to make the regulation and the management. But technically, it is possible because the FDG stable for more than 5 hours. But we have to note that the half-life of F-18 is only about 110 minutes. So we have to transport fast from the production facility to the hospital. Okay, thank you. I still have 10 minutes. Oh, the next, I would like to talk about the prospect in energy. As you know that Indian government now has a target to achieve net zero emission in 2060. So for achieving this target, now many stakeholders in Indonesia said that we have to use nuclear energy or nuclear power plant for achieving the net zero emission. So about 3 or maybe 4 weeks ago, I was invited in a discussion between PTPLN and then Bappenas and also Kementerian SDM, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, to discuss about the RUPTL, Rencana Usaha Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik. So they will, from the ministry, they like to introduce a nuclear power plant in 2030s. So some say in 2032, and some say in 2035, for example. So we believe, so it is predicted that in near future, nuclear power plant will be used in Indonesia to achieve net zero emission. If we know that there are two advantages of nuclear power plant. Number one is that they are not produce carbon dioxide. So it is very important for achieving net zero emission. And number two, the capacity factor of nuclear power plant is very high, so it can supply energy very stable. It is very high, so it is important for PTPLN, for example. They call it base loader. They need a power plant to supply about the base load of the energy or the need of energy. And the next is the next please. Okay, this is a collaboration between PCPLI Indonesia Power and NuScale Power of United States, and also BRIN is supporting this activity for techno-economy studies for constructing nuclear power plant. Next, please. And this is the position of BRIN. In BRIN, we have two positions or two rules in related to nuclear power plant. Number one is we are developing design, also developing of nuclear power plant. We have some collaborators. We're collaborating with some countries, some institutions for design, and hopefully we can also construct a new type of nuclear power plant. And number two is we are also supporting business entities, as we know that based on our regulation, for commercial nuclear power plant must be constructed by business entities, including state-owned company. So we support our research organization and also BRIN to support business entities who like to construct nuclear power plant in Indonesia. And the next, prospect in food and agriculture. As we know that nuclear technology is also can be applied for food preservation, and Bapanas, Nuclear Food Agency, is also now trying to study about the use of this nuclear technology for preservation of some food. And the next is that Minister of Agriculture also have a plan to improve the varieties of local rice, for example, using nuclear technology. As we know that we actually very rich with local varieties of rice, and they like to improve the variety of the rice, and we can use nuclear technology. And the next is for industrial, I think, industrial application. As you know that now actually many applications in Indonesia also develop in Indonesia, for example, for non-destructive examination, non-destructive testing. I believe that the use of this technology will increase in the near future in Indonesia. Next, please. And okay, and this is our activities in this organization of nuclear energy, that we have 5 programs related to the development of nuclear technology. The first, P1, about accelerator technology. We are developing now proton accelerator in Yogyakarta. We have DC-813. This is accelerator for producing 13 mega electron volt of proton. And the next, we are also to design about 30. After 13, we have 30 mega electron volt of proton accelerator. And P2 is nuclear reactor and nuclear fuel technology. And number 3, radioisotope and radiopharmaceutical technology. And number 4, radiation processing technology. And number 5, radiation detection and safety technology. And the last? Okay. I still have 2 minutes. So this is the concluding remarks for my talk today. In the health sector, the use of nuclear technology in Indonesia will increase, especially for cancer diagnosis and therapy. In the energy sector, in line with Indonesia's target to achieve net zero emission by 2060, nuclear power plants are predicted to be used in the near future. In the agriculture and food sector, it is predicted that the use of nuclear technology for preserving food preservation, and breeding varieties will increase. In the industrial sector, the need of industry for NDT, non-destructive testing, based on nuclear technology will increase in the near future. And now, BRIN develops nuclear technology by considering the needs of society and technological development internationally. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Rohadi Awaludin. Give a big applause. Thank you so much, audience, guests, and students here. Please keep your questions until the end. I think I would like to just push three presenters to be to all present all the their idea, and then after that I will open the floor for the questions and answer. The next presenters here, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Jarod Sulistyo Wisnubroto to come forward. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present his CV. Please control room, his CV. Yes, thank you, Prof. Jarod. Yeah, sorry, Professor Jarod, that's special request from Master Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Jarod was born in Yogyakarta, 1 of January 1963, and is graduate from Nuclear Engineering, Gajah Mada University, and later on was graduate from the University of Tokyo during his master and also PhD. And as we all know that he has a remarkable journey of experience from the co-founder of Himpunan Masyarakat Nuklir Indonesia, HIMNI right now, and the Academic Advisory Board or ABB for the Nuclear Engineering Undergraduate Program Gajah Mada University, and he also the Dewan Pembina Perserikatan BUMDes Indonesia. It's a big, I'm not really sure about this, I'm not sure, but perhaps later on Professor Jarod will explain during his experience also in webinar, I'm not really sure. And also the expert board for Pusat Studi Ketahanan Energi, Universitas Pertahanan, and also expert board in Himpunan Masyarakat Peneliti Indonesia, Himpenindo, Standing Advisory Group for Nuclear Application SAKNA, IAEA, and the top of the top, I think, the chairman of Batan from 2012 until 2018. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to Professor Jarod, and he will talk about the hot issue during the webinar of HIMNI. The webinar very well known until the what series right now, Professor Jarod? Series.
Well, I will explain it later.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor Jarod, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thanks to Dr. Rohadi that already introduced many things about nuclear technology. This is my term to talk about non-technical matters, about hot issues in HIMNI's webinar. Maybe most of you doesn't know what is HIMNI's webinar. Every Thursday, well, let's, for the next slide, please. Every Thursday, we conduct webinars. The webinars, we talk about many things on nuclear technology, not only nuclear technology, but also many aspects of technology in Indonesia. There are a lot of challenges in Indonesia when we talk about science and technology. So we conducted more than 100 webinars. The topics was very various. For example, we talk about the hydrogen, the ammonia, about the Fukushima water release, for example, very hot issues several months ago. So this is what we do beginning from June 2020 during the pandemic era. But the question is why we conduct this kind of activity. Why? The reason is, next slide, please. The reason is beginning from these pictures. When Pak Jokowi, the President of Indonesia, visited our research reactors in Serpong 6 years ago. At that time, there was also Pak Habibie, the late former president. Dr. Habibie was a very famous person. Even now, most of us admire him because of his achievement on the science and technology. When we discuss with Pak Jokowi, with the help of Pak Habibie, we were trying to convince him about the importance of nuclear technology, the importance of nuclear power plant, the importance of nuclear energy. At that time, Pak Jokowi, almost all the visits time, he kept silent. He just listening. And I told Pak Jokowi, please, Pak, nuclear energy is a good option for our future generation. It's clean. It's very, very safe. But, you know, what was the response of President Jokowi? He said, if the nuclear energy is good, why didn't the previous government decide it? If the nuclear energy is very good, so many advantages of the nuclear energy is very good, why the previous government hasn't decided to build the nuclear power plant in Indonesia? So at that time, Pak Habibie answered that questions. Yes, some of us still, have a consideration on the safety because of the accident happened in Fukushima, in Chernobyl. So I conclude with that conversation, there is still have to have time to convince to the stakeholders, especially to the decision maker, to the government. And then President Jokowi asked us to go to the State Palace, Istana Merdeka, in 2016. At that time, we, the leaders of Bataan, with the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources at that time, Pak Sudirman Said, we discussed the future of nuclear energy. And I gave the proposal to Pak Jokowi about our program, for example, the experimental power reactor, the small reactor that we have already in the process of developing of that reactors, and also give him the rice produced by Bataan's researchers. And I explained to him about the public survey result that mostly of the people of Indonesia pro-nuclear, more than 70%. Then again, he responded, I know for a long time nuclear energy program in Jepara, Muria Peninsula, Central Java, for a long time ago. I live in Surakarta, in Solo. I heard many activities in Muria Peninsula. But this, then he said to Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, you have to make a roadmap when and where we want to build nuclear power plant, if we need it. So it seems to me with this twice meeting with Pak Jokowi, it seems that we have a long time, we have to, to make a good stakeholders, not only in Bataan, but also inside the government. If, for example, the people in Ministry of Energy Mineral Resources, the people in the other ministries knows well about nuclear technology, maybe easier for us to convince to the president, to the leaders. This is the first reason. And the next, although we conducted the promotion of nuclear technology around the country, at that time, by Batan, our organizations, the previous organization before integrated into BRIN, with the budget annually 10 billion rupiah. I think Pak Ferli Hermana, person who sit in front of us, he was the leader of the promotion of the nuclear technology. We conducted seminar like this. We conducted also meeting face-to-face with the farmer, for example, promoting the nuclear technology, not only nuclear energy, but the utilization of the nuclear technology for agriculture, for health, and many things. 10 billion rupiah personally is a big numbers, but for the budget, governmental budget is very small, very, very small. Only 1% of the total budget of Batan's budget. That means if we conduct the promotion during the prime time of the TV channels, like Metro TV or TV One or many, maybe 10 billions only, well, we can air the activity only 1 week. But anyway, the result, especially on the nuclear energy program, was good. Next, please. We conducted the public survey. Let's take a look at this graph. For many years, beginning from 2010 until 2016, I think the graph, this is very, very popular graph among the nuclear community. In 2014 until 2016, more than 70% people pro-nuclear. At the time, I saw also this result to Pak Jokowi in during the meeting in 2016. What was the response of President Jokowi? He said, yes, I know this is good. This is good result. But I'm politician. The public survey up and down is very dynamic, like us, like today's public survey. The president's public survey, well, Pak Prabowo, Pak Ganjar, and Pak Anies, always ups and down. But Pak Jokowi said, it is good if I know, if you can convince me that nuclear energy is necessary for us. Not only according to this survey, although this is very good. So the key word is to convince to the government, to convince to the stakeholders. Then next, and another reason why we conducted HIMNIS webinar, this result. We conducted the public survey not only on the nuclear energy, but to know well whether the public is already aware with nuclear technology. We published the paper in 2021 in a journal. The paper title is called, Is West Kalimantan More Suitable for Constructing the First Nuclear Power Plant in Indonesia compared with Bangka Belitung? And if we see this graph, it shows us that most of the people of Indonesia doesn't know about nuclear technology except nuclear energy. When we talk about industry, about the health, about the agriculture, the utilization of nuclear technology, most of the people, yeah, I don't know. Only small numbers people knows. People knows well, in about around 10 or 20% nuclear weapons. But maybe they don't know about the utilization of nuclear technology for the agricultures to produce a good rice, for example. So this is another reason why we conducted HIMNIS webinar. Next. So I think people or participants in this room, mostly, I'm sure you don't know about this product of Batan or right now BRIN's research product on the agricultures. Like we produce the variety of rice, not 28, maybe the most recent result, 33 variety of rice, many variety of sorghum, soybean, and others. Also banana, that mostly have a high yield. The product of annual product, for example, more than the average or normal national average product. And some people ask us usually, well, I cannot find the rice produced by Batan or by BRIN in Indomaret or in Alfamart. That's normal questions. You may ask me later on. This is the result we did, we are doing, and we will do, but still, most of the people doesn't know about these results. Next. Then, because of that reasons, the importance of expanding promotion. Well, I think BRIN continuing the promotion of nuclear technology. But we would like also the HIMNI, the nuclear community, want to promote more. And also strengthening the stakeholders. We learn from what we have met with Pak Jokowi, need more stakeholders that can convince to the decision maker. Yeah, also public survey shows that most of the people of Indonesia support nuclear energy. So the result, we conduct webinars on various topics of nuclear technology. Next. Next, please. Okay. So why webinar? Why webinar? Webinar is very cheap. You only have a Zoom and channel of YouTube, for example. It's very cheap. And it can reach wider community from Aceh until Papua. Even some persons that they are interested in nuclear technology of Indonesia, the foreigner also sometimes they are watching or participate with our webinars. The committees are only a few people. The people who conduct or execute this webinar, only 2%. Yeah, we can call us Wisnu Broto Labs. Bukeni is the chairwoman of Wisnu Broto Lab. I'm the staff of her. So only 2%. And then most importantly, we have many friends that we can ask him or her to be the speaker of the webinar. So I can ask Pak Dr. Syahrir, Pak Dr. Susilo, Dr. Eko, and everyone here to be the speakers, to talk about their specialty, to talk about many things that maybe we think the public will interest with that topic. And the things that very, very important is, I don't know how to say in English, modal nekat. Pak Saiful, what is the translation of modal nekat? What is the meaning of modal nekat? It means, well, because we have many friends, I don't have to pay a fee to the speakers. It's gratis. Well, I'm sorry to say to the speaker that already I asked him or her to be in our webinar. So I can say this is modal nekat. For more than 3 years, continuously every week. So I don't know how to say in English. I think modal nekat is just do it. Just do it like a Nike promotion. Okay. Next. Yeah. What kind of topics? Many topics. Of course, in the nuclear energy, for example, but nuclear energy not necessarily about the technical matters in the reactors, about the safety or other things, but also the economic and social politics. Because nuclear energy, more or less, it depends on the non-technical matters. And also the utilization of nuclear technology on health, agriculture, industry, environment, and etc. And also, we conduct the webinar. Sometimes we ask the expert of drone, the expert of tsunami warning system, the expert of how to find the oil source, for example, that attract many people to come to attend this webinar. So not necessarily on nuclear technology. This is the first webinars we conducted in June 2020 during the pandemic. Next. So this is the numbers of webinar we have. Totally, we conducted 179 webinars, excluding the training. We conducted also some technical trainings online during that time. And total participants, more than 18,000 people. Via Zoom only, if we including the YouTube, more than that. Average participants, because the topic is very difficult topic to say, to explain. In average, 262. Comparing the participant of this international conference is smaller, but this is very special topics, non-nuclear. More than 100 or more than 200 for us is very success steps. And you know, the most attended HIMNI webinars is with the title, Apakah kita kaya uranium dan thorium? Are we rich in uranium and thorium? We conducted 2021. The speaker is Pak Yaryanto. He talked about how many uranium and thorium we have to support our nuclear energy. So everyone, maybe I think many participants want to know, are we rich of uranium and thorium? And he explained in a wider, many aspects. And in conclusion, maybe some of you doesn't know whether we rich or not with uranium. But anyway, we have the potential of uranium and thorium. And the most viewed webinars via YouTube is about the sorghum, about the agriculture, the utilization of nuclear technology for the sorghum production. More than 11,000 viewers of this YouTube. So this is the result that I think is very success because what? Most of the participants is coming not from Batam, Brin, or Bapeten, but from the general public from outside our community. That's good. Well, I can declare it success. Next. But because the title is hottest topics or something like that, hottest issue, top 3 hottest topics webinars when we analyze the data. First, about the agricultures. So many agriculture community want to know about the utilization of nuclear technology in agriculture, especially on sorghum and paddy or rice. When Pak Jokowi visited East Nusa Tenggara or Nusa Tenggara Timur, and he visited the sorghum field, that was the hot topics. Then the next week after his visit, we conducted the webinars. So many people joined that webinar to know what is the sorghum, what is the potential sorghum for our energy and our food. And the second, not the first one, the second energy, nuclear energy, about hydrogen, about the renewable. We had already invited one speaker from the Association of Nuclear Renewable Energy, attended many people also, and fossil energy. We asked the former vice ministers, Pak Archandra Trahar, to be our speaker. Then, and the third one, the biggest three also, is on the health, especially on cancer treatment. I think Pak Dr. Eko, already the speaker of our webinar several, I think 3 years ago. So this is the big three. Next. What is the impact? So we have to make a conclusion. What is the impact of the webinars? There has grown a network of nuclear communities that is quite loyal. So many people waiting for that webinar. Every Wednesday, today, some people ask me through WhatsApp, what is the title for tomorrow's webinar? And then also, quite loyal and that community expanding. Although the HIMNI members, how many people HIMNI's member, Pak Muji? Where is Pak Muji? Oh, Pak Chairman. How many people the member of the HIMNI's?
Officially,
200. Only. But the card member. Okay. But we have many people that are interested in nuclear technology, expanding and continues to expand. And then the very important also is the stakeholders from the government, the BUMN, SOAs is state-owned enterprises also. Politicians, journalists begin to refer to the HIMNI webinars activities. For example, when we conducted the webinar on the release of Fukushima treated water, with that topic, hot topics, so many journalists, even the government, asked us about that materials, about the recorded YouTube and other things, to be the reference for them. For the government, for the Foreign Affairs Ministry, they want to make a statement, the stance of Indonesian government when they want to talk about Fukushima treated water release. And journalists, some journalists from the from Kompas, for example, or Media Indonesia, ask us about this situation. That's good. Even some of BUMNs, they are considering to build a nuclear power plant in the future. They ask about some topics of webinar. For example, they asked about TORCON webinars. We conducted some TORCON webinars several weeks ago. Or maybe they want to know about the SMR, the NuScale, why NuScale stopped the project in the United States, for example, and other hot topics. Then, this is the last one, but I have to promote some of our next webinar. Next. Well, tomorrow we will conduct the webinar. The title is, "What is Ocean Nuclear Power Plant?" The speaker is a lady, a young woman. She will talk about ocean power plant. What is ocean power plant? Many people know floating power plant. But don't ask me about the ocean power plant. If you want to ask, please join that webinar. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Only 1.5 hours. Then, next week, we will review a book. It is called Irradiator Gamma Merah Putih. 6 years ago, the government already built gamma irradiator for food preservation, for sterilization of the medical devices that is located in Serpong. So the people that design and construct that facilities want to share their knowledge, their experience about how to build gamma irradiator that mostly designed and constructed by Indonesian engineers. And Pak Ferli Hermana, who is sitting here, will be speak in that webinar. So this is a good point that we want to show to everyone that Indonesia not only import nuclear technology, but we can make it by ourselves. Even Ugeni wanted to design some small reactors, and we have already explained to Pak Jokowi. So this is our hot issues that I wanted to show you why we conducted webinar. Why? Because we still lack of stakeholders inside the Indonesia. The nuclear community is very small. To convince the decision maker, it needs large number of stakeholders. The journalists can help us to promote nuclear technology. The politician, of course, they will support us how to make act law and other things. And the business people and academicians. And fortunate for us, in recent years, as explained by Pak Rohadi, because we have to reach the net zero emission target in 2060, we will build nuclear power plant. Some people that are very optimistic, even in 2032.
1 minute, Pak Jarod.
Udah habis bentar lagi nih.
Right.
2032?
Yes, some say.
Some, when you say some say, it means you haven't, self-confident that 2032 we will have nuclear power plant. Some people, especially people, the member of National Energy Commission said, we will accelerate the construction of nuclear power plant Then we will operate the nuclear and the NPP in 2032, reaching 2060s. According to the latest info, how many gigawatt in 2060? 35, 31? 60? 36 gigawatt. But Bob yesterday he said 50 gigawatt.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
36 is mean maybe for large power plant, 36 power plant, maybe more or less. But when we talk about the small modular reactor, maybe about 50 or 60 small modular reactor, including microreactor. So very ambitious. Very ambitious, but I say this is very optimistic for us that in the near future, especially on your era as a student, young generations, you will get benefit of the nuclear energy. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
All right,
warahmatullahi
thank you
wabarakatuh.
so much, Professor Jarod. Yes, thanks again for the very, I see that's comprehensive. Also, talk about many story why the importance, why the webinar of HIMNI is so important and improve the community engagement here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the third presenter today. Control room, please highlight the CV of Dr. Eko. Yes, we have the third presenter, Dr. Eko Purnomo, SPK NTM, Oncology. He was born in, I'm not sure, Kudus, yes, June 1961, yes. And his education from the Faculty of Medicine at Jaya University, Jakarta, specialty program in nuclear medicine, Hasan Sadikin, and Hospital Pajajaran University Bandung, Indonesia. And absolutely, he's member of First Indonesian Doctor Association, IDI, and the Indonesian Nuclear Medicine Association, PKNI, Indonesian Military Doctor Association. His background from military as well. And talk about the working experience. Right now is a nuclear medicine Gatot Subroto Center Army Hospital specialist consultant. Yes. And the head of nuclear medicine and diagnostic department, Mandaya Royal Hospital, president of Indonesian Society of Nuclear Medicines. Okay, he will talk about the nuclear science technology application in medicines. I think it's another point of view again about the nuclear. And we believe that we will hear the current status, the current application, probably the future challenges as well in terms of nuclear technology and science medicines. Please give a big applause to Dr. Eko, and Dr. Eko, please, floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, salam sehat. Jadi kalau saya di bidang kesehatan selalu akhirnya salam sehat untuk semua. Sehat dan penuh berkah, itu yang kita harapkan. Ya. Baik, today I will present about nuclear science and technology in nuclear medicine. So our presentation in English, so let me speak in bahasa. Our distinguished guest and speaker. Yeah. So nuclear science, technology and jadi let me speak in bahasa. Jadi hari ini saya akan membahas tentang manfaat ya teknologi nuklir, teknologi radioaktif, radioisotop di bidang kesehatan. Ini juga perlu diketahui oleh semua apa sih yang dikerjakan di kedokteran nuklir, apa saja manfaatnya. Ini penting sekali buat kita semua karena ternyata di Indonesia itu sejak tahun 70-an kita sudah mulai memanfaatkan kedokteran nuklir ya di Indonesia. Jadi slide berikutnya. Nah, kita tahu selama ini masyarakat taunya kalau dengar kata nuklir itu senjata ya. Termasuk pasien saya, kalau dibilang dikirim ke kedokteran nuklir, dia mikir, ini pasien mau ditembak apa, mau dibom apa. Padahal bukan ya. nyaman sekali. Nanti saya jelaskan bagaimana teknik pengobatan di kedokteran nuklir nanti. Slide. Nah, kita tahu juga banyak teknologi nuklir dimanfaatkan di industri. Slide. Nah, juga tadi di pertanian ya, ini juga menghasilkan buah-buahan yang dan padi yang varietasnya sangat bagus sekali. Ini sudah dimulai di negara lain. Nah, kita nih PR kita bersama nanti untuk mengembangkannya. Slide. Nah, ini juga di luar negeri ini sudah digunakan untuk sebagai sumber energi, listrik dan lain-lain. Slide. Nah, di antariksa ini juga mereka sudah gunakan. Kita baru lihat di televisi mereka sudah melaksanakan. Nah, ini juga PR buat kita generasi muda semua nanti ya. Slide. Nah, ini juga mereka gunakan untuk criminal investigation menggunakan teknik nuklir ya. Slide. Nah, ini. Jadi saya sendiri, saya di bidang kesehatan, saya akan bahas tentang pemanfaatan ya, ke nuklir di bidang kesehatan. Jadi kita tahu bahwa kedokteran nuklir sendiri itu adalah satu bidang ilmu kesehatan atau bidang kedokteran yang menggunakan radioaktif. Nah, ini kata intinya adalah menggunakan radioaktif. Tapi jangan dipikir radioaktifnya ini sifatnya senjata, tapi bukan. Ini hanya untuk diagnosa dan pengobatan di kedokteran nuklir. Jadi di kedokteran nuklir kita punya kewenangan bidangnya itu ada dua. Jadi diagnosa untuk mengetahui suatu kelainan penyakit atau organ dan kita bisa mengobati sekaligus. Ini beda dengan radiologi. Kalau di radiologi mereka hanya untuk diagnosa saja, mengetahui oh ini organnya besar atau kecil ya. Kalau kita lebih mendalam fungsinya nanti ya. Dan kita juga bisa mengobati. Kalau di radioterapi itu hanya mengobati, dia tidak bisa mendiagnosa. Nah, kalau kami double, diagnosa dan terapi. Jadi ada istilah sekarang teranostik namanya. Terapi dan diagnostik itu sekarang sudah dikembangkan di seluruh dunia. Memang dua bidang ini yang jadi domainnya kedokteran nuklir. Slide. Nah, di kedokteran nuklir ini beda dengan kita pengobatan zaman dahulu. Kalau zaman dulu sakit apapun obatnya sama, ya. Mau mencret, pilek apa pokoknya sama obatnya. Karena istilahnya yang ada cuman itu dulu obatnya. Tapi kalau sekarang kita harus tahu dulu apa yang kita lihat, see and treat. Apa yang kita lihat itu yang kita obati. Jadi kalau kita nggak lihat ya kita nggak usah meraba-raba main obat sembarangan ya. Jadi kita mengurangi efek samping dari suatu pengobatan. Nah, ini diagramnya jadi apa yang kita lihat di kedokteran nuklir, nah itu nanti kita lanjutkan dengan pengobatannya. Slide. Nah, di kedokteran nuklir sendiri kita ada bisa macam-macam kita bisa kerjakan in vitro, in vitro ya. Nah, kita juga diagnostik dan terapi, treatment di sini ya. Banyak hal yang kita sudah kerjakan di Indonesia, nanti saya akan share foto-fotonya juga jadi para hadirin bisa melihat semuanya. Slide. Nah, ini di Indonesia sendiri kita mulai adanya kedokteran nuklir tuh di Bandung, di Taman Sari. Di tahun 67 ya, mungkin ada yang sebagian belum lahir mungkin ya. Itu memang kita mulai sejak presiden kita pertama Pak Soekarno ya, itu membuka reaktor pertama di Bandung. Slide. Nah, ini jadi sejarah kedokteran nuklir. Tahun 65 Pak Presiden Soekarno membuka reaktor di Bandung dan di situ dibuka klinik kedokteran nuklir yang pertama. Dulu kita menyatu di tempatnya reaktor ya, ada poliklinik khusus di situ. Nah, sejak tahun 72 baru pindah ke Rumah Sakit Hasan Sadikin di Bandung. Nah, ini para chairman yang pernah memimpin kedokteran nuklir Indonesia. Ini bulan Mei yang lalu Bapak kita Prof. Johan ini wafat ya karena sakit. Slide. Nah, ini gedung lama. Ini waktu di rektor ya di Poliklinik Kedokteran Nuklir di Bandung. Yang kanan itu di Hasan Sadikin. Nah, ini alat-alat zaman dahulu kita. Ini senior-senior saya yang menggunakan dulu ya. Slide. Nah, ini pertanyaan dari masyarakat, pasien, keluarga. aman nggak saya kalau di kedokteran menggunakan kedokteran nuklir? Ini akan saya jawab dengan tegas, sangat aman, ya. Aman buat pasien, aman buat staf, dan aman buat lingkungan. Nah, ini penting sekali, ya. Ini memang hot issue yang selalu ditanyakan, nuklir itu aman nggak? Nah, ini di bidang kesehatan saya akan bilang ini aman, ya. Slide. Nah, di sini kedokteran nuklir itu saya tidak akan bisa berdiri sendiri sebagai dokter, kerja sendiri, nyiapkan obat sendiri, saya nggak akan bisa. Nah, di sini ada saling keterkaitan kedokteran nuklir. Di sini ada dokter, ada farmasis, ada fisika medik, ya ada kimia, ya, ada teknologis, radiografer, ada perawat. Nah, kami juga butuh alat. Ada dokter, ada staf, tapi nggak ada alatnya. Ya, kami juga nggak bisa kerja. Nah, ini untung tadi sudah disinggung juga oleh Pak Rohadi bahwa Kementerian Kesehatan yang akan melengkapi seluruh provinsi dengan alat-alat kedokteran nuklir. Ya. Kami sangat bersyukur, ya mudah-mudahan akan segera terrealisasi. Nah, kami juga butuh ya radioaktif, yodium, teknesium, gallium, lutesium, samarium, ya yang dulu memang diproduksi oleh teman-teman kita di Batan, ya yang sekarang saya dengar sudah di stop dulu katanya, ya mudah-mudahan nanti akan bisa produksi lagi sehingga kami bisa memanfaatkan produksi dalam negeri. Ya kami juga beruntung masih, kalau nggak ada radioaktif ya kami nggak akan bisa kerja. Ini khasnya kedokteran nuklir begitu. Ada alat, ada dokter, ada staf, nggak ada radioaktif ya kita cuma bengong aja, nggak bisa kerja juga. Nah, ini untungnya ada mitra-mitra yang mau mengimpor, yang membantu kami. Kalau enggak ya pasien-pasien kita pergi keluar semua, ya ke negara tetangga untuk mencari pengobatan atau diagnosa kedokteran nuklir. Nah, kami butuh juga ya pendukung-pendukung yang lain, ya khususnya ini yang mengatur regulasi. Kami sangat berharap nanti dari Bapeten, BPOM, Kemenkes, dan yang lainnya itu bisa sinergi regulasinya. Sehingga kita di Indonesia, ini percepatan pengembangan kedokteran nuklir akan kami berharap sama dengan negara tetangga. Ya. Slide. Nah, jadi kalau di rumah sakit, ini semua saling terkait ya. Jadi ada spesialis kedokteran nuklirnya, ada fisika medik, ada teknologis, ada perawat, ya, ada radiofarmasis, radiochemis. Ini kita bekerja tim di situ. Jadi kalau dulu saya di siklotron, ya itu staf kami mulai jam 4:30, itu udah mulai produksi karena jam 7 sudah harus kita gunakan untuk scan ke pasien. Slide. Nah, ironisnya ini sebagai informasi, kita dengan 270, ini data tahun 2021 kalau nggak salah ya, kita penduduk kita 270 juta, ya. Ini kita hanya punya berapa fasilitas kedokteran nuklir dibandingkan negara lain, ya. Slide. Nah ini mapping atau data kedokteran nuklir di Indonesia. Kelihatannya banyak, tapi hanya 14 yang masih beroperasional secara full ya atau penuh, baik diagnostik dan terapi. Memang kalau dilihat hampir 30-an, tapi sebagian belum ya. Memang ini data yang sudah operasional dan yang mau akan operasional. Ini yang sedang didukung oleh Kementerian Kesehatan. Slide. Nah ini, kita nggak usah bandingkan dengan Amerika, Jepang, China, Eropa ya. Kita bandingkan negara tetangga yang paling dekat, Malaysia. Mereka dengan penduduk 30 jutaan, 32 juta. Tapi mereka punya center 35 kedokteran nuklirnya. Ya. Kita yang 270 juta hanya punya 14 itu yang aktif saat ini. Jadi sangat kurang dan gak heran kenapa pasien kita akhirnya pindah ke negara tetangga untuk berobat di sana. Satu, karena antrian di Indonesia panjang. Kedua, katanya biayanya kita lebih tinggi. Kenapa? Setelah kita cek, rupanya alat-alat kedokteran nuklir itu kena pajak barang mewah di Indonesia. Beda dengan Malaysia, mereka zero. Jadi mereka bisa jual lebih murah. Nah ini PR buat kita bersama, bagaimana kita mengimbangi. Gak usah Amerika segala, kita ngimbangi tetangga aja lah ya. Mereka sudah punya 35, kita baru 14 saat ini. Dengan penduduk yang boleh dibilang berapa kali lipat kita. Slide. Nah, ini yang kita kerjakan di Indonesia selama ini ya. Terapi di Indonesia kita gunakan yang sering samarium, fosfor, yodium 131 yang kita sudah mulai sejak tahun 70-an untuk terapi hipertiroid dan terapi kanker tiroid. Nah ini yang di sebelah kanan bawah, itu cara pemberian terapi di kedokteran nuklir, itu hanya diteteskan ya, tidak ditembak-tembak seperti gambaran, oh kalau di nuklir itu ditembak, enggak, itu hanya diteteskan, diminumkan, itu gambaran waktu saya memberikan terapi hipertiroid pada pasien. Slide. Nah, kita bandingkan dengan Malaysia. Mereka sudah menggunakan segala macam radioaktif ini, ya, untuk terapi di sana. Nah, kita baru beberapa. Ini PR kita juga, bagaimana kita bisa mengembangkan terapi yang minimal samalah dengan negara tetangga. Mereka udah banyak macam ya. Kita baru beberapa sedikit sekali yang bisa kita kerjakan. Slide. Nah, Indonesia sendiri saat ini kasus-kasusnya sudah berubah. Kalau dulu yang banyak tuh infeksi, batuk flu, diare. Sekarang yang banyak adalah jantung, kanker, dan stroke. Nah ini kasus kanker sendiri ini sangat tinggi. Khususnya di Indonesia kalau yang wanita ya kanker payudara kita paling sering. Kalau laki-laki ya kanker paru, kita akan sering prostat juga ya. Slide. Nah ini gambar dari siklotron yang pernah saya operasikan di salah satu rumah sakit di Jakarta. Ini juga PET yang sebelah kanan, alat PET itu seperti ini ya. Slide. Nah indikasi PET sendiri kita gunakan untuk menentukan derajat kankernya sudah nyebar kemana. Bagian mana yang aktif dari suatu bagian kanker itu ya. Terus monitoring setelah diobati, setelah di kemo atau radiasi, biasanya pasien dan keluarga akan nanya, dok kankernya sudah mati belum? Nah itu bisa kita jawab dengan PET scan nanti. Ya. Setelah radiasi, 30 kali diradiasi, nah pasien juga akan nanya, dok kankernya sudah hilang belum? Itu selalu jadi pertanyaan. Setelah kemo juga ya, at least biopsi. Dokter biopsi, tahu ya dokter biopsi itu ngambil jaringan, dia butuh data ya. Bagian mana kanker yang aktif, itu akan diambil untuk jaringan untuk biopsi. Slide. Nah ini alat spek gamma kamera, tadi sempat disinggung sedikit oleh Pak Rohadi ya. Ini alat yang ada di Indonesia, yang sebelah kiri yang zaman dulu ya. Slide. Nah ini radiofarmaka atau yang sempat diproduksi oleh Batan ya. Ini kami masih berharap ini masih ada ya, khususnya yang etambutol. Ini banyak dokter yang menanyakan kapan etambutol diproduksi lagi. Nah ini PR buat teman-teman di BRIN nanti ya. Slide. Nah ini gambaran contoh kanker tiroid ganas ya yang sudah menyebar. Nah setelah diterapi dengan yodium, nah terapinya itu hanya diminumkan, itu kita scan lagi bersih. Jadi terbukti memang kankernya hilang ya, kita bisa buktikan itu. Ini sangat bermanfaat sekali. Jadi kalau dulu kanker tiroid itu di kemo, di radiasi itu dan hasilnya kurang bagus. Nah sekarang dengan ablasi itu bagus hasilnya. Slide. Nah ini ruangan isolasi ya untuk terapi kanker tiroid, terapi ablasi kanker tiroid. Jadi pasien kita masukkan satu ruangan yang itu khusus ya, ada pelindung radiasinya, tapi ya di pasien di dalam mereka bisa aktivitas, mau nelpon, nonton TV. Ya. Nah ini yang sebelah kanan itu cara minumnya. Pasien hanya minum ya, obat radioaktifnya. Slide. Nah ini untuk kanker prostat. Ya, ini kita laki-laki, bapak-bapak hati-hati. Biasanya kankernya ini agak meningkat juga di Indonesia, tapi nggak usah khawatir, kedokteran nuklir siap mengobati kalau nanti ada kanker prostat, kan begitu ya. Kita bisa buktikan sebelum dan sesudah hasilnya bersih nanti kankernya. Slide. Limfoma juga ini kanker kelenjar getah bening. Kita gunakan dengan metode kedokteran nuklir, bisa sembuh juga. Slide. Nah ini hipertiroid, ini banyak 85% pada wanita. Gondok di Indonesia itu cukup tinggi ya. Nah ini 85% kebetulan pada wanita. Katanya wanita tuh sering gondokan sama pasangannya katanya. Ya ini makanya kena gondok dia. Kalau kita laki-laki nanti jatahnya lain, prostat sama paru beda lagi ya. Nah ini pasien saya, jadi yang sebelah kiri sebelum diobati, lehernya masih besar, setelah ditetes dengan yodium radioaktif, sekian 3 bulan kemudian evaluasi sudah kempes ya. Jadi tidak usah dioperasi, ini bisa diobati langsung ya, nyaman buat pasien dan murah dibandingkan harga operasi gitu. Slide. Nah ini untuk kanker kami juga sering kerjakan, ya tadi sudah saya berikan gambaran cara pemberiannya ya diminumkan saja ya. Slide. Nah ini hemangioma, ini juga ada biasa pada anak-anak bercak merah kalau digaruk nanti berdarah-darah. Nah kami punya terapi dengan nanti plester Pospor 32, itu hanya ditempel aja. Slide. Nah ini keloid, ini juga sering ya, khususnya pada wanita, entah itu gesekan kalung atau gesekan tali BH itu akan timbul keloid yang punya bakat. Kalau enggak punya bakat ya aman aja ya. Jadi ini keloid yang datang ke kami untuk minta pengobatan dengan metode kedokteran nuklir. Slide. Nah ini metodenya hanya ditempel ya, tidak disuntikan. Beda di dokter kulit. Kalau keloid mereka disuntik, kalau di dokter bedah mereka diangkat, dioperasi, timbul lagi, kambuh lagi. Kalau di kedokteran nuklir before and after, ditempel, sekian minggu hilang, rata sudah ya. Slide. Nah jadi kalau untuk scan, di kedokteran nuklir kita bisa melihat dari kepala sampai kaki ya. Jadi kepala sampai kaki kita bisa lihat kelainannya, penyakitnya apa, fungsinya bagaimana. Slide. Nah ini diagnostik di Indonesia kami sudah sering gunakan teknesium, yodium ya. Ini dan sekarang sudah F18, tadi juga disampaikan bahwa kalau F18 memang betul itu waktu paruhnya hanya 110 menit, jadi harus cepat kita bekerjanya. Ini yang beberapa radioaktif yang sering kita gunakan di Indonesia ya. Kami berharap ini juga bisa tersedia oleh produksi dalam negeri. Slide. Nah, kanker payudara, ini banyak sekali di Indonesia saat ini ya. Nah di kedokteran nuklir kami bisa mendeteksi bukan hanya kanker yang di payudaranya tapi juga penyebarannya sudah sampai mana. Karena ini penting nanti untuk pengobatannya. Setelah di kemo, di radiasi kita harus tahu kankernya atau yang warna terang itu udah hilang atau belum. Jadi kita harus buktikan ya. Jadi termasuk setelah operasi yang foto yang kiri bawah itu setelah dioperasi, kita bisa tahu apakah masih ada sisa kanker atau tidak yang masih aktif. Ya. Slide. Nah untuk kanker lever, ini juga kasusnya mulai banyak, kita bisa tahu apakah kanker levernya masih di lever saja atau sudah ada di tulang. Ya. Slide. Jantung, ini juga penting karena ini juga beban BPJS yang paling banyak karena banyak tindakan yang sebetulnya tidak perlu kateter, tidak perlu ring, itu dipasang. Akibatnya biaya pemerintah untuk mendukung kasus-kasus jantung meningkat. Nah kami sempat diskusi dengan Pak Menteri, gimana cara menghematnya? Kita scan dulu ya. Dari scan kita bisa tahu apakah pasien ini perlu enggak pasang ring atau di bypass ya. Slide. Slide ya. Ini gambaran scan jantung. Ini standar kita sama dengan Singapura ya. Jadi kita bisa tahu jaringan jantungnya, pembuluh darahnya itu seperti apa. Jadi kita bisa tahu apakah jantung setelah di bypass atau dipasang ring itu akan bagus atau tidak. Slide. Nah untuk ginjal kita juga bisa periksa. Kalau dulu orang periksa ginjal tuh urem kreatinin ya. Kalau kami bisa meriksa yang kanan berapa, yang kiri berapa nanti. Itu. Slide. Itu dari sekilas beberapa ya terapi dan diagnostik di kedokteran nuklir yang bisa kita manfaatkan dari manfaat radioaktif yang diproduksi oleh teman-teman di BRIN nanti ya. Makasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Eko. Thank you so much Dr. Eko for the very, I think it's a new for our students here, perhaps for other participants as well. Ya, ini mungkin hal yang baru bagi teman-teman mahasiswa. Saya pikir nanti akan banyak pertanyaan di sini. I believe that they will raise so many questions after this, talking about what kind of disease, what kind of the treatment after that, and perhaps what is the applications for further nuclear industry, for examples. Okay, baik Bapak Ibu sekalian. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come up to the discussions. I will open the floor for students here, participants, and guests perhaps to raise questions. Just raise your hands and stand up. Yang di sini dulu Pak. Ya, ladies first. Yes. Ya, mohon diperkenalkan nama, kemudian dari mana dan pertanyaannya, silakan.
Okay, thank you for opportunity. My name is Jessica Putri Bahari from Department of Mathematics, Pamulang University. So that question is especially for Dr. Jarot. Earlier on several slides, it was said that most people are not much familiar with the use of nuclear technology for health, industry, agriculture, and anything else. And a form of realization so that people know that nuclear can be used in the health, industry, and many sectors through webinar. But is there anything other than webinar that is being held so that people know that nuclear is useful in many various include stakeholder or decision maker? Thank you.
Okay, question. Thank you so much. Second, disimpan dulu Pak Jarot ya. Yes. Second question, Pak Yari.
Thank you very much. My name is Yaryanto. I'm from BRIN. The first question is to Pak Rohadi.
Okay, to Pak Rohadi.
Regarding the FGD or FDG, FDG exchange, that I have discussed with Dr. Ayu from Thermais last year that they have difficulties to transfer the overcapacity of FDG to the other hospital. Meanwhile, the other hospital they need the FDG very much. So I think it is our challenge, and I asked to Dr. Ayu that the problem is maybe the patent regulations, how to transfer, because the half-life is very short. Meanwhile, to fulfill the procedure and for the permits, it take a long time. But when I confirm to the patent, oh, this is from CPOB regulation. So how is this should be have any solutions of or breakthrough for the regulation, how to integrate and how to harmonize between the maybe two or any regulations. How do you think about this to improve in the future? And the second to Pak Jarot, thank you, because my photo has been displayed as the most attended for the HIMNI webinar. And I appreciate also because the HIMNI webinar is very consistent. Every week there is the webinar. But my opinion, maybe we should evaluate about the subscriber. I don't know how many subscriber now. It is increase significant from time to time or maybe stable. So maybe my suggestion maybe you can invite the people, public figure to rise to increase the subscriber. So it is, I think, effective if the subscriber is too many. Will maybe your mission will be achieved. Maybe, for example, for NU leaders, Muhammadiyah leaders, like a podcast ya. How the opinion about the nuclear. And the third, dan ketiga untuk Pak Eko, Pak Dr. Eko, apakah semua fasilitas untuk kedokteran nuklir baik itu terapi maupun diagnostik sudah ditanggung BPJS atau belum? Karena ini juga menjadi problem kalau memang belum ditanggung BPJS, padahal ini satu kesempatan bagi masyarakat ya untuk berobat kanker yang cukup banyak saat ini, sehingga mungkin bisa di cover. Bagaimana regulasi hal itu? Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak. Oke, Pak Rohadi, Pak Jarod first I think. Because the student asked about the webinar, are there any topics outside the nuclear, the usefulness, the utilization?
Okay, when we want to decide what kind of topics we want to hold a webinar, we usually use the mass media, the social media, what kind of hot topics first. And the second is some people also ask us using WhatsApp. It is better if you can conduct the next week webinars, this kind of topics. So we try to find the suitable person. For example, when people, they are afraid of the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Check.
Oh.
Tes.
The war between Russia and Ukraine, the war, they use drone. And I asked the person from ex-BPPT, the people that they made the drone for us, made in Indonesia. So I asked that person to be the speakers with the topics of drone Mali for the drone Mali combatant, for the defense. That was also very interesting for the audience. The challenge, the problem they face almost the same with us in nuclear technology. How to convince to the decision maker, for example, the defense ministry, to use this kind of technology. But not only webinar, we conduct also the training. And we also realize webinar is not the most effective one to promote. The most effective one is by offline. But we have a limited of budget, so the cheapest, the affordable way is using webinar. So this is kind of a way we are using. It depends of our endurance. Me and my wife endurance, hopefully still help for the futures. So we can continue the webinars. Thank you.
How about the Pak Yaryanto question as well? You can
Pak Yaryanto is also public figures. So I admire him. His explanation is always deep. Insight is very good. So he has many experience. His knowledge is very good. Thank you for your comment or the suggestions. I think the most important thing is to find a good friend. We are familiar with him or her. So if that person is a commercial person, I want to avoid that person. Because my modal nekat is very important. The other things, they have a podcast like YouTube, recent popular YouTube like Deddy Corbuzier or other persons, the YouTubers. We consider also that for the future, maybe using not Zoom, but the YouTube only, for example. But we have to find a way. Thank you for your suggestion. You are the most popular person in our webinar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Jarod. Thank you, Pak Yar, for the question as well. The second question from Pak Yaryanto, Pak Rohadi, about the regulation harmonization between stakeholders, especially CPOB, etc.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yaryanto, for your question. That's right, that for producing FDG, fluorodeoxyglucose, we need the production actually is regulated by two regulations. The first is regulation related to nuclear radiation, nuclear safety from Bapeten. And number two is regulation related to drug production from Ministry of Health or from PPPOM, National Drug Control Agency. So the first regulation, we need, if we want to transfer or to transfer the product, izin pengalihan and izin transfer pengangkutan, izin persetujuan pengangkutan. For obtaining the izin pengalihan, as far as I know, the first one we must have Bapeten need or we have to submit izin edar, which was from Badan POM, National Drug and National Drug Control Agency. And for obtaining the distribution approval or izin edar, for example, the hospital must have GMP certification or CPOB, cara pembuatan obat yang baik. So I think it is not easy for hospital to have a GMP because the requirement for production is very difficult, I think, not easy. Usually, it can be obtained by pharmaceutical company. So I think it is, if we don't change, if the regulation not change, I think it is mostly impossible for hospital to produce and to distribute or to transport the FDG to other hospital. Because for using in his own hospital, they will use in-house production. So the hospital do need to have izin edar or distribution approval from PPPOM, from National Drug and Food and Drug Control, because for his hospital only, so in-house production. So for in-house production, the GMP is relatively easier because it is not for distribution. So I think based on our regulation, the possible the possibility or the possible method or scheme is that FDG produced by pharmaceutical company. So the pharmaceutical company have a facility, cyclotron facility, like a facility for drug production. So the company can distribute the FDG. For example, from one cyclotron, the company can distribute to, for example, for 2, 3, or maybe 5 hospitals using one cyclotron. So based on our regulation now, I think the possibility is the FDG produced by company or pharmaceutical company. For hospital, it is not easy, I think, to obtain the GMP certification and to obtain distribution approval from Food and Drug Control Agency. Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Roger. Thank you Pak Arfadi. Mungkin langsung disambung Pak Eko tadi pertanyaan Pak Yaryanto.
Baik, makasih Pak Yar.
Ya.
Jadi yang ditanyakan ini betul, ini sering ditanyakan juga oleh banyak masyarakat yang lainnya. Jadi bisa saya jawab, untuk pemeriksaan scan kedokteran nuklir dan terapi kedokteran nuklir yang harganya jutaan itu semua gratis, ditanggung oleh BPJS.
Wah, mantap ini.
Tepuk tangan buat pemerintah kita.
Tepuk tangan dulu. Ya.
Jadi memang pemerintah kita ini sangat baik, semua dibayarin. Jadi
ya.
Yang kedua, jangan lupa yang belum punya BPJS daftar.
Daftar BPJS.
Soalnya kalau udah sakit itu jutaan loh, ya. Contoh kalau hipertiroid tadi itu kita harus bayar sendiri 3 juta kalau pasien umum. Kalau kanker tiroid itu 40 jutaan. Ya. Itu untuk di kedokteran nuklir, belum yang lain-lainnya ya. Jadi ikutlah BPJS ya. Ini karena pemerintah kita begitu baiknya mendukung semua scan dan diagnosis kedokteran nuklir. Tapi ini juga jadi pertanyaan, teman-teman kita masyarakat yang di daerah, mereka bayar BPJS-nya sama, tapi kok nggak dapat kedokteran nuklirnya. Nah ini juga PR buat kita nanti. Begitu Pak Yar, makasih.
Ya, makasih. Ya, tantangannya ternyata dari rumah sakitnya yang tidak ada Pak ya. Ya, yang kurang untuk fasilitasi kedokteran nuklir. Baik, one more question perhaps from students. Mahasiswa aja. Ya, yang di belakang, ayo, belakang sendiri, mbaknya itu, ya, ya. Yang cowok nanti aja dulu ya, ya. Nanti masih ada sesinya Bu Geni.
Siapa?
Nanti saya akan membacakan pertanyaan dari YouTube juga, 2 mungkin. Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Name and from the department. Yeah.
My name is Asri Selasi Madina. I'm for Department Mathematics and Natural Science. My question is for Dr. Eko. Okay. Earlier, it was explained that nuclear medicine can be used for many diseases like heart conditions, cancer, kidney failure, and others. My question is, can nuclear medicines be used to treat skin disease? If has it been done before? If it has been done before, what disease will treat, and what the treatment administered to cure those disease? Thank you.
Ya, satu saja. Oh ini yang biasa skincarean ini. Ya. Ya, monggo silakan Bapak. Skin disease, jadi penyakit kulit, kanker kulit mungkin.
Oke, thank you. Let me speak in bahasa ya. Oke. Jadi untuk terapi kedokteran nuklir di kulit, kita yang sering lebih banyak ke diagnosa untuk misalnya melanoma di kulit ya, kelainan-kelainan di kulit itu dengan diagnostiknya. Kalau yang terapi di kulit yang sering kita gunakan saat ini adalah terapi keloid. Itu dengan plester fosfor 32. Itu yang sering kita kerjakan. Ya mudah-mudahan di masa mendatang kita bisa kembangkan terus. Nah ini butuh para periset-periset muda untuk ikut mengembangkan kedokteran nuklir juga ya. Demikian Adik, makasih pertanyaan bagus sekali.
Thank you.
Ya terima kasih, nanti vouchernya diambil ya. Ya. Baik, banyak pertanyaan di YouTube. Actually, we have so many questions in YouTube and Zoom as well. Perhaps we like to select only two questions. The first one to everybody here, Professor Jarod, Pak Rohadi, about the high-yielding varieties in the food, especially foods after radiation product. Yeah, is it dangerous to eat those foods or not? What is the scientific reasons for this? And then the second question, what is the main regulation that causes nuclear power plant in Indonesia to be difficult to construct? Yeah, special for the regulation. Yeah, silakan Pak Rohadi.
Okay, thank you for very good questions. Number one, about the safety of the food. It is safe because the radioactive does not remain in the food. Number two, about regulation.
Nuclear, why nuclear power plant is so difficult in Indonesia to be constructed? Is that because regulation or?
One is about policy about using nuclear power plant, because now we don't have the fixed plan about using nuclear power plant, and hopefully in the next decade, the next period of RUPTL, rencana usaha pengadaan tenaga listrik, the nuclear power plant will be included. So hopefully the next decade we will have a nuclear power plant in Indonesia. Thank you.
Pak Jarod mungkin?
Okay. Yeah. I think the question is very good. Indonesian people usually they are very strong people, you know.
Strong people. Yeah.
Strong people, tofu with formalin, fish with formalin, you can eat it. Why you are afraid with radiation? You are still strong, comparing with our colleague from South Korea or from Japan, from China. No, this is only joke. Anyway, radiation, using the radiation for the preservation of the food is already regulated by the Ministry of Health, by BPOM. Even internationally, it's very, already standardized. Don't worry about that. Even the World Health Organization already have a recommendation on that. This is my first answer. The second, sometimes as my personal opinion, NPP's construction is over-regulated. So one of the topics in the webinar is the construction of NPP over-regulated? And the answer is, well, the top 10%, no. No, not over-regulated. But anyway, this kind of regulation is to convince that everyone is protected from the risk of radiation or other accident and incident in nuclear technology. This is the answer. But anyway, why we still need time to construct the NPP in the near future? Because we have to convince to the decision makers we can build in a safe manner, we can protect our general publics. Then, and I can say in recent years, the government already have a good and green light that we will build the nuclear power plant in the near future. Thank you.
Oke, thank you Pak Jarod. Satu untuk Pak Eko. Ya, ini dari YouTube Pak. Apa sekarang yang menjadi hambatan terkait dengan personil nuclear medicine di Indonesia? Soalnya kan tidak terlalu banyak ini ternyata begitu Pak, dari sumber daya manusia. Kemudian yang kedua, apakah ada usaha begitu untuk meningkatkan treatment nuclear medicine di Indonesia daripada datang ke luar negeri begitu? Dua Pak, begitu.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi saya bisa share bahwa data terakhir spesialis kedokteran nuklir di Indonesia itu saat ini ada 62 yang sudah siap, yang sudah di lapangan di rumah sakit. Nah, yang sedang pendidikan itu 20. Mungkin sekian 2-3 tahun lagi kita sudah bertambah lagi. Nah, seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan di presentasi, kedokteran nuklir itu tidak hanya dokter saja. Kita butuh fisika medik, teknologis, perawat kedokteran nuklir, radiofarmasis. Nah, ini juga PR bersama dari setiap bidang keilmuan ya untuk meningkatkan ya produk-produk dari lulusannya sehingga bisa mencukupi kebutuhan seluruh center kedokteran nuklir di Indonesia. Nah, tadi yang ditanyakan bagaimana untuk menghambat atau supaya tidak keluar negeri? Ya, kita perbanyak fasilitas di Indonesia gitu kan. Dan memang yang jadi hambatan adalah transportasi. Saya punya pasien dari Ketapang, Pontianak. Di Kalimantan itu ada center kedokteran nuklir di Samarinda. Kan satu pulau harusnya ya. Tapi pasien saya kalau ke Samarinda, dia harus ke Jakarta dulu, baru balik ke Samarinda. Dari Pontianak ke Jakarta, baru Samarinda. Terus ngapain? Mendingan saya ketemu Dokter Eko di Jakarta. Nah kan itu jadi hambatan juga transportasi. Kita berharap nanti ke depan tiap antar kota di suatu pulau itu akan transportasi akan lebih bagus. Sehingga center-center kedokteran nuklir yang ada itu juga bisa mengcover kota-kota di sekitarnya. Yang kedua memang betul pelayanan, kualitas pelayanan ini yang selalu saya tekankan ke semua kolega saya, kita harus memberikan pelayanan yang paripurna, yang optimal. Ya, minimal samalah dengan negara tetangga ya. Kuncinya apa? Komunikasi yang baik dengan pasien dan keluarga, itu penting sekali ya. Jadi kalau dulu pasien belum duduk itu resep udah keluar. Dulu anekdotnya begitu ya. Jadi pasien belum duduk tuh resep obatnya udah keluar. Karena nggak ditanya, nggak diapa langsung dikasih obat. Dulu. Kalau sekarang tuntutannya beda. Pasien pengen curhat, kadang 10 menit, 15 menit, ya udah kita dengerin. Sebagai dokter harus mau mendengarkan itu. Jadi paradigmanya sekarang udah berubah ya. Jadi kita ke pasien dan keluarga kita anggap sebagai mitra ya, bukan sebagai objek gitu. Jadi itu yang harus kita tingkatkan terus di Indonesia. Mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab Pak. Makasih.
Ya, baik, terima kasih. Oke, beri tepuk tangan buat teman-teman dan juga yang di YouTube yang memberikan pertanyaan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think this concludes our discussion as well as presentation during the first sessions. And again, I would like to thank three presenters, three experts here, Dr. Hadi Awadin, Professor Jarod, Dr. Eko, for giving us so many things, so many knowledge today, this morning, and we hope that our audience here, especially students, they will be more optimistic about the nuclear. They will have more motivations to be a better person in the future who knows better nuclear as well in the future. Baik, teman-teman sekalian, terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Teman-teman nanti jangan kemana-mana, nanti masih ada sesi 2. Terima kasih sekali lagi, jangan lupa absen ya, ada titip absen, ya absen ya. Kemudian setelah itu teman-teman kerjakan tugas yang diselesaikan oleh dosen masing-masing. Terima kasih, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will hand over to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Syaful Bahri. To all speakers, please remain standing at there. Let us give our appreciation to the panelist speakers through a round of applause. Yeah, no, still safe there. And please, Dr. Susilo, to come forward to give our speakers our token of appreciation through certificates and souvenirs. Yeah, please. And we will first give the first souvenirs to the Dr. Rohadi Awaludin. Please. Yeah, and to our second speaker, Professor Jarod Sulistyo Wisnubroto. And to our third plenary speaker, Dr. Eko Purnomo. And finally, to our moderator, Mr. Syaful Bahri, PhD. please give them a round of applause. Thank you. And we still have photo session with the audience, so please, plenary speakers, come forward to the facing the and to the audience. Please stand up because we will have photo session with all the speakers. Yeah, with the background, with the participants as the background. To the all audience, please stand up and raise from your seats. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Saya ngumumin yang dapat.
Oh ya.
Pengumuman bagi teman-teman yang tanya tadi dapat buku iradiator. Ya, silahkan nanti bukunya gratis diambil di panitia. Ya, teman-teman yang tanya tadi, yang di YouTube juga nggak tahu siapa namanya itu tadi.
Yeah, to anyone who raise question, they will get a free book. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back to the agenda. Now we are entering the second plenary session, which will be chaired by Dr. Kenny Rina Sunario. And for our second plenary session, we will have Dr. Kim Jae-hak and Dr. Eng Insinyur Joni Prasetyo, MT. I would like to call for Dr. Kenny Rina Sunario to come forward, and I will hand the session to you. And I will also like to invite Dr. Kim Jae-hak, please come forward, to deliver your presentation. Dr. Kenny Rina Sunario is the senior principal researcher of the Center for Nuclear Reactor Safety and Technology, and she obtained her doctoral and master in nuclear engineering in the University of Tokyo. And I will hand this session to her. Please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, the beautiful MC today. Thank you so much for your participation today, especially for the student in here. So we are entering the second session in this second day of the ICONETS and ISET International Conference. Now we will have two speakers. Yeah. The first speaker will describe or sharing the knowledge about the Korean nuclear power plant program. And the second one, we will have the speaker who is coming from BRIN. Maybe we can, I can invite the second speaker, Pak Joni Prasetyo. The second speaker not yet come? Oh, he is still on the way. Okay, we will have the first speaker who is coming from the Korea. He is the Dr. Kim Jae-hak. Yeah, he is the INC team leader, Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute since '96, and he is also the project manager of KEPCO since 2010, and then the Middle East regional representative on behalf of KEPCO since 2016, and also he is the vice president for Overseas Business Development Division, of course, under the KEPCO. And now he is the director of the Korean Nuclear Association. So for your information, that HIMNI already signed the MOU between between HIMNI and the KNA. Thank you, Dr. Kim Jae-hak, for your very beautiful willingness for our cooperation. And then this international conference is our agenda. Yeah, our agenda since we signed the MOU. So, Dr. Kim Jae-hak, you will have 30 minutes for your sharing information. So the floor is yours. Maybe you can have a podium in here.
Slide, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jae Kim from KNA, Korea Nuclear Association for International Cooperation. It is my great honor to present the current status of NPP, nuclear power plant, and the SMRs, small modular reactors development in Korea. Next slide, please. So I have two topics to discuss. The first one is large-sized commercial reactors, what we call APR. And I will just explain how we developed, what is the design process. And the second one is I want to share some the experience of our exporting those commercial reactors to Abu Dhabi, Baraka. So because I want to share some lesson learned from what it did. And second topic will be development of SMRs. Probably all of you probably already familiar with what is the SMR, what is the utilization, what is the application. And now, as of now, Korea is now developing 3 kinds of SMR. The first one is SMART. Those are the commercial name, okay? SMART is it's a standalone system. And the second one is ISMR. This is very innovative design. And the last one is Bandi. That is for the marine purpose. So I will just briefly explain what is those development stage and what is our some long-term plan for that one. Okay, next one. Well, I'm from Seoul, the capital city of Korea. Have anybody visited Korea before? Anybody raise hands? Okay, good. I see you. Okay. This is downtown of Seoul in 1950s. Can you believe it? It's like just after the World War. Okay. The place of this one, because there's a small stream, we used to call them as a Cheonggye River, Cheonggye-cheon or Cheonggye Stream. So that time, it's like a symbol of our poverty. Okay. So the next photo will show now how this place was changed. Okay, next. Almost same spot. You can see the stream the water is flowing is same, but it's too many buildings, lightings. It's completely changes for 60 years. So what about the Korean nuclear? So I will explain the situation in the nuclear, just like Cheonggye Stream. Next one. Okay, this one is now our former president, Mr. Park. He is now visiting the Korea nuclear power plant, the first nuclear power plant in Korea, what we call Kori Unit 1. This was, construction was started in 1971, and the operation started in 1978. That time, because this is our first nuclear power plant, we have no technology, no supply chain, and we do not know how to maneuvering, controlling the project. We have no skills. So unfortunately to us, it was a turnkey project to Westinghouse. So even the Korean side, some portion, very small portion, we participate for those projects, like 7 to 9%. We insist we are localized. But if you see the inside, it was very humble works, like electing some temporary road or temporary building. That one, we just devoted one. So next one. And after 6 years later, now this is the APR 1400, which is under construction at the east side of the Korean Peninsula. This reactor type, what we call APR, the size is 1400 megawatts. So this one, the design, engineering is 100% carried out by Korean people, by us. And the procurement, purchasing order, was released by Korean utility, KHNP. So it's by us. Of course, the construction part is the Korean contractor. They have already some good reputation in overseas. And the construction was also 100% performed by the Korean construction company. So what was the myth? During 60 years, what makes changes? So I'm going to show you some of the details. Next slide. So, okay, next one. Yesterday, Vice President of KNA, Mr. Lee Min-chul, he gave some excellent presentation to you regarding the first step of nuclear technology in Korea. If you participated yesterday, you may remember that the last one in 1950s, the Trigger Mark II. So actually the Trigger, I think Indonesia already have. This one is the project was launched from the United States. They want to spread 66 reactors, and 33 of them, they are used inside in the United States for the university, and 33 they want to export because they insist nuclear must be used for peace, atom for peace. So Korea, just like Indonesia, we had a firm plan to import the Trigger reactors. As you know, the Trigger, the T means training, R is for research, and I is for isotopic production, and GA means the company name. It's produced by the General Atomic. So when we made the plan for this one, yesterday, Mr. Lee already told you, the government decided to dispatch 237 students to abroad in the year of 1950s. Unbelievable, right? So once they are studying, and some of the official leaders, they did some preparation for the infrastructure, because even this is small, tiny research reactors, we need infrastructure like some regulation laws, like National Atomic Energy Act law, or we need some research centers. So that's why we established Korean Atomic Research Institute. And that was just the beginning. And when the students, they returned from the abroad, it's in 1960 years, and they had some implemented 20 years National Nuclear Power Development Plan. So under this program, the government had decided to build the first nuclear reactors in Korea. That's what I call the Korea unit, okay? So those students who returned from abroad, they are spreading everywhere. Some of them are working in the research institute, and some of them went to the regulatory side, and some of them going to the company, and they prepare the bid proposal package for the first reactors. And we selected the Westinghouse. Okay, so that's why the Westinghouse nuclear power plant was built in Korea. And in 80s, based on those 20 years of program, we continue to build the nuclear power reactors in Korea. So the Korea 3 and 4 and Hanbit 1 and 2, even some localization percent is increased. Still, we import the reactors from the oblast, especially for this case, the Westinghouse. They are very competitive at those areas. And in the middle of 80s, the leaders of our nuclear technology, they thought somehow we need the Korean standard reactors because we are building more than 20 or 30 nuclear reactors in Korea. So every time, even though we have some localized, we will not import from the abroad. We need some localization. But very luckily, if you are some interest in the nuclear business, in 1979, there was an accident in the United States, what we call TMI accident, 3 Mile Island accident. Because of the accident, the nuclear business, those vendors, were in very difficult situation in financing. So when we invite the foreign bidders for our continuous construction, that time we put some very special terms. The term is technology transfer. If you fail, if you are not satisfied to us, no matter what the cost you suggestion, we will reject. So because of the TMI accident, most of the nuclear vendors were very difficult. And combustion engineering, which are located in the Connecticut in the United States, they guarantee us 100% of technology transfer to us with the amount of $1 US. So it's just $1 contract. And that time, also we send more than 250 engineers or scientists to combustion engine in the Windsor. So next slide, please. So when they return, 2 years or 3 years after their mission, when they returned, we had a contract with the combustion engine to build Korean reactors, but lots of portion, we just modified it. Because we already have some background of adopting nuclear, we have operating experience. So that one we named it as OPR, Optimized Power Reactor. So this is the first localized nuclear power plant in the Korean standard. So that was a very important beginning of our technology. And in 2000, we have 3 big steps. The first one is even the OPR 1000, we had lots of modification on OPR because the regulation is now changing time after time. Like, for example, some cyber security. Because now system in the reactors, we use some computers or microprocessors. So cybersecurity regulation was not exist before 2000. But that time, there was some very severe regulations requiring for the perfect cybersecurity. So that one, we just incorporated in, and we optimized it as OPR plus. And second one is, it may be same in all of the world. Getting some public acceptance for the nuclear power plant is not easy. It's quite difficult. So from our side, another option is we will increase the capacity. If the site is selected, it's better to increase the capacity. So we increase by 40% of existing one. So that's why what we call APR 1400. So that is the first 1400 megawatts power plant in Korea. And then there was some bidding in the Abu Dhabi in UAE. even Korean ourselves, we didn't trust ourselves much because we never been to go abroad. But very luckily, we got the project. I'll give some details in the next slide. Anyway, so those some optimization of existing power plant and the increased size of the APR to APR 1400 and exporting our nuclear power plant to UAE, there's three big achievements we had. And up to now, this is the year of 2020, so from 2010, we developed the APL press and APL 1400 and some APL modification. And also, this time, we are very confident we can export our product to abroad, all over the world. So now, we are targeting our product to some western side. And then we found there's some another requirement, regulatory requirement for the European market, what we call the EUR, European Utility Requirement, or sometimes the WENA, West European Regulatory Association. So we just adapted those requirements, and some of design features we incorporate in our design. That's what we call the EU APR or EU APR or EU APR 1400 or EU APR 1000. And also in the EU, if you see the bottom, some of the small reactors like SMART, that one was achieved already, but that one in a separate session, I will just explain details. Okay, next slide, please. So this one is a localization. Already Mr. Lee explained this one yesterday. And actually this is some, how can I say, it's just like my experience. Because I started my nuclear career in 1990s, early 1990s, starting from the Korea Atomic Research Institute. And now, 2010, I was deployed in the Abu Dhabi as a regional manager from representing our companies. So this is just like a portrait of my life, okay? Okay, okay, next slide. This is the current status of nuclear power plant. We have total, we will have total 30s. Now 25 is in operation, and 3 are under construction at the moment. Of course, the 3 are, the size is a very big one, 1,400 megawatts, and 2 is already shut down. The first nuclear reactor, Kori 1, was already shut down. And if you see the right slide, you can see that our installed capacity of a nuclear is like more than 13% of electricity. Total capacity in Korea is 143 gigawatts. Like in Indonesia, it's like something 60 or 70 or 50, I do not know. Okay, but if you see the electricity generation contribution, then nuclear contribute almost 30%, because the nuclear energy is available for 24 hours, 7 days. It is not an intermittent energy like a renewable. If you see the gray one, the renewable energy, the installed capacity is quite big. It's like 20% approximately. But if you see the bottom circle, then it's like more, it's like a 7, something like that. So because it's very intermediate, you cannot get the electricity from solar power at night, right? Okay, next one. Okay, next one, please. Korea industry, nuclear industry is a little special because now this slide shows our organization. Now the KEPCO, as you see in the middle, they are the holding company. Now their role is it's like planning the Korean electricity with the government, and the transmission and distribution is the responsibility of the KEPCO. And they are holding company of KHMP, KEPCO ENC, KEPCO NF, KEPCO KPS. That means most of the nuclear company, they are state-owned company. So there's some advantage. If there's some decisions made, we are going the same direction. We don't spend our time. That is a very good point. So now the design, actually it started from the Korea Atomic Research Institute, KERI, where I belong, and that work was shifted to the KEPCO ENC. So currently, the KEPCO ENC is the only enterprise designer in nuclear business in Korea. So all the design engineering is performed by the KEPCO ENC. And the second, KEPCO nuclear fuel, they supply the nuclear fuel in Korea. And now, this time, they're also exporting nuclear fuel to Abu Dhabi. Actually, you already know that in Korea, we don't have uranium. We are not allowed to enrichment, and we just import the powders and make a pellet, and we put in make some assembly. So nuclear fuel assembly itself is produced 100% in Korea. And the maintenance, because nuclear maintenance needs some unique technique, like some refueling of nuclear fuel. Because of that, some special technology, that works is dedicated to the KEPCO KPS. And of course, the operation and the commissioning is done by the KHNP. Actually, KHNP is a very big company. They are holding all nuclear reactors is their asset. They are a very big company. And for equipment, the Doosan, they are specialized for manufacturing the primary component, like nuclear reactor itself, or steam generators, or pressurizer, or nowadays even the RCP. Those are produced by the Doosan. It's the private sector. And the construction, as I mentioned, this is done by private sector like Hyundai and Samsung or Daewoo. So we are a very unique team, and if there's some conflict, now the government will just reorganize, something like that, okay? So this is only the industrial area. I did not mention about some education or research centers or regulatory. Okay, next one, please. So Korean nuclear industry, strong point. I have some four topics, that one. But actually, it goes just one direction. Why we, Korean project, people say, okay, you just on time, on budget, you keep the project as well. And you have very strong supply chain, or you have very technology, proven or innovative. I think all this comes from just one. If you see the first one, blue one, providing the best project management ability by constructing one NPP on average per year since 1980s. That means this is very unique features. From 1980s, we Koreans build one reactors every year. This is not the same copy. When we do to the next, we do some modification, what we call ADF, Advanced Design Features. So from that experience, we learned how to make some strong supply chain, or how to make the project on time, because keeping the schedule on time is very critical to save cost. And even because of the ADF, the technology is going a little high and high every time when we're repeating the project. Next one. Next, please. This one, I want to show our experience in the Baraka nuclear power plant. We contract to United Arab Emirates, and we are supposed to build 4 units of APR 1400. So the total is 5,600 megawatts. That will cover almost 13% of UAE, or 25% of Abu Dhabi electricity demand. And because the nuclear fuel, every 18 months, we remove 1/3 of the fuels, and we relocated it. And after another 18 months, we just insert another 1/3. So the total rotation of the fuel takes 3 cycles. So that's why we had scope supply includes the nuclear fuel for 3 cycles. And one thing very interesting here is the reference plant is Korean reactors, the Seoul Unit 1. This was contracted on 2009, if you see the timetable, 2009. That time, the Seoul unit, Unit 1, the first concrete was just finished only 1 year. That means the nuclear power plant, what purchased from the Abu Dhabi, UAE, does not have any operating experience, no track record. But just imagine the Indonesia, will it be possible to buy nuclear power plant who has no operating experience? Is it possible? Because they trust us. They trust. This is an innovation, it's a step by step. Even though the size is increased, they trust us. So it's very, even ourselves, we are in doubt. If we are, even we are Korean, can I buy some nuclear power plant who has no operating experience? But they made it, and we made it. So this is another myth, okay? Now the Unit 1, the first concrete was started in 2012, and year by year. Now at the moment, 3 reactors is under operation. The last Unit 4, probably they will produce electricity in sometime in early next year, because now the fuel is ready for loading. Okay, next one. And once we export our 4 reactors to Abu Dhabi, that is not the end, because there are some succeeding, supplementary works is also involved, like operation, because this is very new to the local people, to Abu Dhabi. The KHMP, they are supporting the operating service, and we have some special agreement named OSA. And for the KPS, they also we will guarantee the long-term maintenance. So we had some special program saying the long-term maintenance service agreement. Those agreement is not a fixed price. We set up some ceilings, and we are on the task. We just use that one. So my company, when I blinked, we had some long-term engineering agreement, and nuclear fuel side, so KEPCO NF has agreement. And nowadays, actually, the Abu Dhabi UAE, they want to construct nuclear fuel facility in their own site. So maybe later on, they will produce nuclear assembly by themselves. They want to sell them to some near country like maybe Egypt sometimes later, or Jordan. They have research reactors. So that is the BRCA project overview. And next one. So I think this is.
We are having a limited time, so could you accelerate your presentation?
Okay, I will accelerate it. This is very important, okay? This is what we learned from our experience. For the newcomer countries' preparedness, you have to think, the first step you have to think is technology transfer. Without technology transfer, it is very hard to revamping your plant later on. Or some modification you have to perform by yourself. So I want to encourage you, you must think about the technical transfer when you set up some plans. And second one is we are encouraging you to have some local management facilities. So this is very true, if you are interested in the SMR, because the SMR is, maybe you have some multiple units, okay? And also, you have to set up some education or training program. Just like in UAE, we dispatched our professors, faculties to Abu Dhabi in Khalifa University, and we established the nuclear engineering department. And Also, you have to strengthen with some local community to promote the public acceptance. This is on your side. We cannot help you, actually. And you have to communicate with the regulatory body consistently. Even though the construction is done, even though your operation is ready, if there's some debate or argument with the regulatory body, you cannot make it successfully in operation. It's a little similar case was happened in Abu Dhabi, okay? And the feedback, this is just to ourselves. We used our design is more internationalized, I can say. I have many things to, about this one, but time is running. I will just skip this one. Next one, please. Next one. Next one. Okay. Already you are familiar with the SMR. What is the SMR? What is the purpose? What is the application, the utilization? So I will just skip this one. Next one. SMR, the market size outlook is very different from institution. Some institution is very optimistic, some are very pessimistic. So I do not, even as I'm an engineer, I cannot expect the future scenario, but this is only for your reference. Next one. Also, we have three SMR reactors in Korea. The first one is SMART, which is developed by the Korean Atomic Research Institute. And the second one is ISMR, is leading by the KHMP. Now it became the national project. And the last one is BANDI, is a floating nuclear. It's developed by the KEPCO ENC. Next one. Next one, please. Okay, SMART. Just I want to point out some key features. It was already developed almost 20 years ago. So some important milestone is 2009. The SMART design, we had a standard design approval from the Korean regulatory body. And in 2016, we have a negotiation with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we agreed to have some mutual development. So 30 engineers from Saudi Arabia, they came to Korea, and we jointly developed our project. But unfortunately, this was terminated after 3 years, because that time our government was not that strong for the nuclear policy. And now this SMART is now preparing their changes, so what we call standard design change approval. So they are in the process of that one. Next one. Next one. Okay, so general information here is if you see the one, some data, maybe you are not familiar with some data. Anyway, this is very small size, compact size of large size reactors. Next one. So the key feature is you see the blue one, Smart ITL. This is Integrated Tester Laboratory. I think this is very unique in the world, because this is the largest full scope accident simulation facilities. And we have the main control room simulator. So this one, based on this one, this is very, it was not proven as site, but validation I think is quite we achieved. Next one. So if you see the layout, this is very similar to the larger size reactors. Next one. Next one. And the second one is ISMR. This is a very innovative design, because to trap the shutdown load or control load to control the reactivity, we have CEDM, control element driving mechanism, but that one we just installed in the inside of the reactors, so there's no mechanical blockage. And this is, we are trying to boron-free operation, because in regulatory, at the moment, the nuclear reactivity must be controlled by control rod and inserting of the boron, soluble boron. But if you put the boron, this boron is very corrosive to the material, and it's not responding fast. So load following side, it has some disadvantage. That's why we want to remove it. Next one. This is also PWR, and design is quite improved. Size is 170, life is 80 years old, and the side envelope seismic design is 0.5 Z. Compared to 0.3 G in commercial reactors, this is much improved. And grace time is over 72 hours. Considering the larger size, it's only 30 minutes. But this is without any operator assistance. Plant is safe for 72 hours. And the economic, this is only target. It was not proven. I think all of the nuclear SMR vendors in the world, they are suggesting some overnight cost, but this is only estimation. So our target is less than 4,000 US dollars per kilowatt. Next one. Yeah, design picture, if you see the red one, already I described the control rod, the burner position, and this is, we are using the canned motor RCP, so seal leakage is almost prevented using the canned motors. Next one. So also this adaptive some passive without any extra electricity. It is very safe because of the passive system.
Sorry, we are having limited time. Could you enter the conclusion, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one. Next one, please. Next one. Next one. Also, this is a Bandi project, and this is for the marine uses. And this is next one, please. And this is it's not integral. It's a kind of some block system. So reactor vessel block and cylinder block, we have two modules, and it's connected to as a nozzle to nozzle connection. And these two block was enclosed in the compact steel containment vessels. Next one. Okay, next one. I'll just skip that. And this is our schedule for the. As you see now, it's on the conceptual design. We can finish within 2 minutes the basic design, and we will just continue our design in the future. Okay, next one. So next one, please. Because of time is running, I want to summarize some of the one. Okay, just 2 minutes. Is it okay? 2 minutes. 1 minute. Okay. So from the APR side, large size, now the Czech Republic, they want to construct nuclear power plant in Dukovany. So we are invited. We proposed our proposal in last October. So Westinghouse and Areva, we are fighting now. So sometime next year, they will announce the successful bidder. So please cross your fingers, inshallah. Okay. And the SMR also, the smart, we are talking about with the Calgary, Alberta local government. They are very interesting for the oil separation because they need lots of steam. So smart size also something is going on. The ISMR also very luckily, also this year we submit our proposal to Sweden because now Sweden they have some plan to build the SMRs. So 6 vendors they submit the proposals. And the last one is the Bandi, the floating nuclear reactors. They already Keiko ENC and HD Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering Company, they already team up and they submit their design description document to ABS, American Bureau of Shipping. So they got some approval, what they call DIP, design acceptance, AIP, acceptance in principle. So that is now the current state of now. Thank you. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kim Jae-bak. for your very comprehensive and important knowledge sharing actually. If you wish, we can have you a very long time. I mean, the longer time for you to explain in detail. Ya, Pak Jarot ya, yeah, in the our under the MOU of HIMNI and the KNI. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the following speaker, we will invite Dr. Joni Prasetyo. Please go to the podium. He is a lecturer of this university, Universitas Pamulang, and then his specialty is on biothermal, thermal process. Yeah, and he graduated from the ITS, ya Pak ya, ITS for his BSc, and then continue his master degree on the Newcastle University, Newcastle University, and then his PhD has been graduated from the Shizuoka University, yeah, Graduate School Science and Technology. Now he will deliver about the biodiesel, yeah, production by using use cooking oil, and then accelerate by using the natural catalyst. So you may have around 30 minutes, ya Pak ya. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My beloved, I saw many officer and professor from Pamulang University, also professor and officer from BRIN, I think. And welcome to our guests from Korean, including the previous speaker. Please display my presentation. For introduction, I would like to make a kind of background introduction that in chemical engineering department, Pamulang University, one lecture we gave to students is new and renewable energy. Somehow I explained to my student the example activity for new energy is nuclear, and then renewable energy is a kind of bioethanol, biodiesel, etc. And so I also explained that actually in Indonesia, nuclear is very suitable for our country because we are archipelago, many islands in Indonesia. So it's better we have uranium or something like that. It's very suitable for nuclear. Unfortunately, even we have nuclear, we have very capability persons, very capability professor from Batam, for example, from Gama University, for example. However, somehow in global regulation, Indonesia up to now cannot establish a power plant for nuclear. So in chemical engineering department, we deliver our student more in the renewable energy rather than new energy. So I would like to deliver about the use cooking oil for biodiesel is waste, and then second one, I using the hydrogen catalyst from bovine bone, cow bone, also waste. So we try to utilize many waste to be a product. We also make a kind of business model canvas from where the raw material, for example, in Pamulang University we have many canteen, many cafe, and then in there we can collect the used cooking oil for the raw material. And the second one, in Pamulang University also need a kind of biodiesel because somehow we anticipate about the power, about the electricity. For example, when electricity down, Pamulang University also provide a kind of generator. The generator can be fulfilled, filling with biodiesel, blending with diesel, of course. And for support this program, so the raw material from the canteen from the Pamulang University, and the user also Pamulang University as well. So everything is collected in Pamulang University. And this one, the inspiration for the program in Pamulang University, especially in chemical engineering department. Secondly, in chemical engineering department also, I would like to introduce you that we are kind making a simple project to produce, to implement this program from canteen to biodiesel for Pamulang University as well. That involve also other departments, for example, industrial technology, for example, electrical technology. For example, the Kaprodi is in here. And then mechanical engineering also. So in engineering faculty, all of department is involved in this program. So I just would like to introduce that we are in Pamulang University also try to disseminate our activity through international journal, and we already submitted this journal, and right now the state is minor revision in South African Journal of Chemical Engineering. Hopefully in this month, I hope I will get good news. Next slide, please. And the inspiration from this program, this one is the waste in our for example, in our environment. And then the last time is the my dream about our river, for example, like in Europe, I think, very clean. But we have some problem here. The effect of when common people threw directly the used cooking oil to our river, for example, it will be pollute our river, of course. So from this one, we try to a kind of survey in our canteen, where the seller, the owner of canteen, threw out the used cooking oil. Many of them, most of them is threw out directly to our rivers. So it will be a kind of problem. So we try to make a kind of education for our people, for common people, especially through for overcome this problem. Next, please. So our country is very famous with the palm oil producer, but we have two kind of waste, solid waste and liquid waste. For liquid waste, I summarize in here, there are fat pit oil. Fat pit oil in this palm oil company is very dark black, very acid, high FFA, and it look like similar the properties with the used cooking oil. So in Pamulang University, we already use the UCO, used cooking oil and fat pit, of course, for biodiesel, and the second one recycle to be edible oil. However, what I'm thinking about the edible oil from waste is a kind of the ethic of it's not good for me. So I prefer to be biodiesel rather than for food. So I focusing our program is more producing biodiesel rather than for edible vegetable oil. So this one is the project of in Pamulang University. We are make a kind of reactor to produce biodiesel from used cooking oil right now. It's running. And then next slide, please. This one is the graphical abstract of our paper already submitted to the journal. That we are using two kind of waste. The first one is used cooking oil. The second one is cow bone, tulang sapi. And then we try to characterize the heterogeneous catalyst through SAM, the basicity of catalyst, XRF, BET, and etc. And then we try also to characterize the used cooking oil. And then the next step is a process transesterification. We cannot directly produce used cooking oil with transesterification because the requirement should be in low free fatty acid. So before transesterification, we try to reduce the free fatty acid. And then as a result, we got the used cooking oil converted to biodiesel, and between the simple fast analysis for UCO conversion to biodiesel, we also confirm with GCMS analysis. So the result is nearly the same. So the confirmed conversion, and we also got the selectivity of our catalysis. Next slide, please. In the real condition and what we have done in our laboratory, we collected the used cooking oil, many of them, and then we directly treat it to reduce the free fatty acid. And then in other side, we also producing catalyst from bovine bone. And then from this one, next slide please. This one also we analyzes the difference between the quality of used cooking oil and the palm oil, crude palm oil. And then we saw that somehow not all of used cooking oil is bad, but somehow they are also good. Because depend on the what kind of food you fried with the oil. And then next please. And then we try to analyze both the catalysis and the product, and we cannot directly put in our manuscript the result of laboratory analysis, but we have to manage the data to make this kind of information to be useful for the readers. So in fact, I suggest that the catalysis, heterogeneous catalysis from bovine bone is suitable. However, the selectivity is very low. So because from waste, it's natural catalyst, so no problem, I think. And then next, please. This one, when we see from the SAM using 1000 magnification, we can see that the catalyst active calcium is widely spread on the surface of the catalyst. So it is good news because all of the surface area is fulfilled with the calcium. So calcium is our target, is active catalyst, basicity catalyst. We try to manage this one to be in the information from the readers. And then the next slide, please. And then the conversion from our what is kind? We try to make a method to analyze simply how many used cooking oil converted to biodiesel or other product. And then we try this simple method. We got the conversion is 73.53, and we try to compare with the GCMS analysis, and the GCMS analysis show that the conversion 71.62. So it is very close between our method in laboratory to analyze how many oil converts to biodiesel is very close with the analysis from GCMS. So the difference is only 2.3%. So I think this one is acceptable. The next please. And then we can see In fact, the data from UCO to biodiesel, there are many ester forms from this process. So it shows that our catalyst is suitable, even though the selectivity only 41.71%, but we saw that many glycerol, many alcohol, because glycerol is the byproduct, automatically exists in this experiment. And then hydrocarbon. Hydrocarbon is also exists with not very much, but many. This one give us idea about the next future. We are also want to make not biodiesel, but green diesel. Green diesel exactly can replace the diesel, but produced from cooking oil. And then this one also give us kind of idea about that when we produce this biodiesel, we got the process also remove all of free fatty acid. Even though we already removed at the first step to the treated used cooking oil, that 0.235% of free fatty acid. After the process, all of the free fatty acid is already convert to other products. The next one, please. And then this one, I try to bring our biodiesel to be the properties. I want to see if it is applicable when we blending our biodiesel with diesel. And then I bring our sample to Lemigas. Lemigas, a kind of government laboratory analysis. Then we saw that the zeta number with 30% biodiesel is also 55. The requirement is 51. So our biodiesel is fulfilling the requirement. And the characteristic of biodiesel is in the first graph, the first table, almost of them is fulfilling the requirement, except the density. Somehow the density just a little bit more than the requirement. The maximum is 890 kilogram per cubic meter, but my sample is 894, just 4 between. Just a little bit. I think this is one acceptable. And then to bring our catalyst, to bring our project, whether it is feasible to implement, I also analyzes the turnover frequency, we call it TOF, to define if the molecule ester in our product is fulfilling the requirement. So the TOF our sample is 2.15 per minute. It is low, but if we see that our raw material is most of them is waste, so I think 2.15 is acceptable also. So I think this one I bring to the publication, then I wrote it and then I submit it because most of them is fulfill. We can make the project in Pamulang University based on the business canvas model. I think the last one is the conclusion on time. The last one, I think this one is summary. So UCO conversion is 73, as I mentioned before, using 300 excess ethanol. I'm using ethanol rather than methanol because methanol is first toxic, secondly is easier evaporated, and then the third time ethanol is very easy for our project using the lignocellulose biomass to produce ethanol by ourselves. We can buy Saccharomyces cerevisiae from Fermipan. We can use it directly to produce ethanol. So in Pamulang University can produce ethanol, and then ethanol we can use it to produce biodiesel. This one the roadmap of our research. And then the selectivity of our natural catalyst, not very high, but I think it is acceptable for our project. And then other dominant is alcohol, kind of glycerol and aldehyde. But both alcohol I think is useful also to be a fuel. So that's why when we analyze the CETA number, the CETA number now is very high, 55. Because when I bought the diesel from the common market, the CETA number is only 51. So it means that our biodiesel bring more CETA number rather than our diesel from market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Joni Prasetyo. Ladies and gentlemen, we already had two presentations, one about the nuclear power plant in Korea and the other one is the biodiesel productions. And then we are entering the question and answer. We have 10 minutes. Yeah, students, Pak Subhan, there is no girls. Another one? Belakang Pak Jarod. Kalau ada Pak Jarod ketutupan emang. So first one from the back, yeah. Do you have any microphone in there? No lady students with a question?
To Pak Joni Prasetyo, I am Andri Setiawan from BRIN. What happen if we add cooking oil with mix with pertalite or pertamax into motorcycle full tank with injection machine with no treatment? Thank you.
Please give your name and then.
Andri Setiawan.
Agus?
Andri Setiawan.
Oh, Andri Setiawan, oke. Okay. For Pak Joni, nanti kita keep dulu ya Pak ya. And then the second, ya Pak Subhan.
Hello, my name is Muhammad Subhan. I am from BRIN. Anyong and Shimnika for Dr. Kim. I was graduate from King's Capco International Nuclear Graduate School for master degree. Nice to meet you, Dr. Kim. So I want to ask about nuclear power plant in South Korea. In South Korea, there is so many national nuclear collaboration framework like government, regulatory authority, R&D institute, university, industry, and many. So my question is, so what is the Korean strategy to create a national nuclear collaboration framework? As I said before, there is so many institutions in South Korea, so how to create? And second question is, in your opinion, what is the most important key to realizing a nuclear power plant development in South Korea? Thank you very much.
Can you repeat the second one?
Second one is, in your opinion, what is the most important key to realizing nuclear power plant development in South Korea?
So,
please keep your. Okay. So we will have another person. Okay.
Sorry, can my question translate to bahasa? Can I?
Okay, thank you for my chance. For Mr. Kim, I am Maulidin from Intergy Pardon? Namanya siapa? Yes.
My name is Maulidin from Intergy Corporation. We do actively bridging foreign company in Indonesia to serve nuclear services. My question is about what happened with Barakah NPP regarding the business model with Korean entity. Regarding the business model in Barakah, because of we made to know the Korean company only as the technology vendors or the power producer shareholder in Barakah. And this is related to the possibility from Korean business in Indonesia in the future, the possibility as the foreign investment company or only as the vendors. Yeah, because this is, I believe the political will be rise regarding to the reducing the financial risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Maulidin. And then the last one.
My name is Muhammad Isyanggoro from Electrical Engineering. Electrical Engineering. Can I? My question for Dr. Juni Prasetyo. My question for speaking in bahasa?
Yeah, please.
Strategi atau metode apa yang mampu membuat industri biodiesel dan mampu meyakinkan EU dan dunia dalam sidang WTO bahwa industrialisasi biodiesel merupakan energi yang hijau? Terima kasih.
So we are having 4 questions, and then the first one I will give to Dr. Kim Jae. You are having 2 questions from 2 persons.
Okay, the first one, the nuclear collaboration. As now, congratulations for your grade of Kings. Actually, those Kings we established the Kings in 2011 or 13. There are some discussions to promoting our export and the training the foreign engineers to Korea. And that program was basically not the country who want to adapt nuclear power plant. We invite those students or colleagues to our country to study the nuclear technology or sometimes international collaboration. And also some institutes like King's, except King's, the Kerry, the research institute in Korea, which are located in the desert, they also have some program to promoting some nuclear collaboration. So I think the major chance will be for foreign collaboration, especially for the training or education. Kings and the Kerry, they will provide the facility. And another question is what is the most important part in the nuclear for me? Because my background was a research engineer, and I put my emphasis on technology reliance, because without technical independence, we were unable to export our product to abroad. So for me, the most important is technical independence through the technical reliance. That is like my mottos in my whole life. And the last question for the EPC model. First, we propose some financial package as this is just a EPC as turnkey project, turnkey basis. But later on, the Abu Dhabi government, they want to put some their own equity to this project. So the total financial cost, our contract cost was 20 billion in US dollars, but the total financing cost was 27 billion, as I remember, in US dollars. And I think almost 16 billion US dollars now is funded from the Abu Dhabi government. And remaining, some portion is from the bank loan. And I remember 4.7 billion was the utility portion. So now the ENAC has they provide 4.7 billion US dollars through their equity. and CAPCO also participating that one. So now we are participating 80% of equity from this 4.7 billion US dollars. So that is now the current situation now. Okay.
Is it okay for the Barakah business model?
Korean company to Indonesia?
Yes, possibly. Like as I know now, our recent proposal to Czech Republic, to Kobani, also we are in the project model. Some portion of the financing is prepared by the Korean government side through the KXIM. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kim. And then now, Dr. Pak Joni, monggo, there is two questions for you.
Yes, the first question is about blending, mixing between biodiesel and Pertalite gasoline. It is impossible for me because usually gasoline or Pertalite or Pertamax is blending with ethanol. We have also the project of making ethanol from lignocellulose material, using the lignification first, and then we producing the ethanol. And then I just attend the focus group discussion with Pertamina. Pertamina is oil company, state-owned company in Indonesia. They would like to make ethanol from sweet sorghum, the nira, the liquid of sweet sorghum. Hopefully it will be coming in the very close time. So that's why in my presentation I analyzing setan number rather than octane number. If we analyzing gasoline, we analyzing the octane number. If we analyzing the diesel, we analyzing with setan number, something different. So, but we have this those activities, producing bioethanol, producing biodiesel as well. So both in chemical engineering department, we can make both of them, ethanol and biodiesel. And then the second question is about the will of convince to European countries so we can export, I think. I think it's a lot of political issues for this one. So for myself, when I visiting the palm oil company, many palm oil company in Indonesia is okay, I think. For example, they producing plantation and treat them well, and then they try to convert the palm oil mill effluent, the waste also, to produce biogas. The biogas is for co-firing from the boiler, and some company also convert to electricity. So how to convince the European country that we are a green palm oil, so we can export our product. I prefer that I do not like depend on others. I prefer we are independent. So surveillance of our country is very important. So I think we have to see our need first. For example, I'm wondering if we export the palm oil to overseas, to European, we will palm oil in Indonesia, the price is very high, and then it will our people will suffering for this program. I think I prefer I prefer independence. I prefer sort of sovereigns of our country rather than export it. Please see our country first rather than see outside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, because the time is running, please give a big applause to our two speakers in here. Oh, sorry. There is one question from the YouTube, so we have to entertain who are accessed from the YouTube. The question is coming from the Muhammad Farhan. Good morning, Professor. So, for whom? For Dr. Kim. Sorry, there is one question which is coming from the YouTube from Muhammad Farhan. Sorry, he's asking about the Korea only needed approximately 30 years from 50 to 1980 to realize nuclear power plant technology, and the results are visible to this day. According to the nuclear technology professor from Korea that can be used in Indonesia, I mean this strategy or technology can be used in Indonesia. And then whether SMR or Bandi, which built in Korea and brought by ship to Indonesia to do functional in Indonesia. So for the SMR and then Bandi, yeah, can be built in Indonesia. The last question. Sorry, thank you.
Yes, yeah, Korean technology, what we call the APR 1000 or 1400, that was developed by Koreans. And we are ready to export our technology to abroad. So why not? If Indonesia want to this new technology, also, very sorry, we are ready to share our technology with you. And some of the portion you may have some, through the international collaboration, you can also have some knowledge in Korea. So there's many ways you can participate, especially for the student side, it is possible. So if you have some more details, don't hesitate to contact me. Just Googling the KNA and drop an email for me. And the second one was the SMR, regarding the SMRs. Now, this questioner has an interest about the Bandi, the floating one. This one is, as I mentioned, this is a block system, not one integral. So it is just made of two blocks. One is reactor containment, reactor size, and another one is a steam generator, and is capsulized in the metallic containment. So it can be shipped. It can be shipped to Indonesia or anywhere. So basically, this is like floating. It's for the budget. So we can, once this is implemented, we have very strong supply chain for the manufacturing, like Tucson. We can manufacture in Korea, and we can ship it out to the Indonesia. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kim. I think about the Bandi, I hope that in this search day, maybe Mbak Elvira will give the more detailed explanation on our webinars, yeah, about the Korean technology, etc. Ocean NPP, yeah.
So if possible, sometime in early next year, I want to participate your webinar in English, not Indonesian language. In Indonesia, yeah. In Korean, no. Okay, in English, okay. So maybe if you are interested, just give some specific details. I will prepare, and I want to share our experience or knowledge with you through the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then for the information, of course, and I think that Indonesia has collaboration with Korean also for the smart NPP at the time, maybe Pak Yaryanto at the time, yeah. No, not Pak Yaryanto as the director. Smart NPP. Previous one, yeah. We already collaborate with Korea under the smart technology at the time, but because of the political one, we delay. I don't know until when, and we hope that the one person already also mentioned that the political one now in Indonesia hopefully will afford the NPP construction in Indonesia, and then the collaboration with Korea is the one of the probable that we are hoping to have. Okay, thank you so much. Please give once again a big applause to our two speakers. Thank you so much for your participation. And now we give to Master Ceremony, beautiful one.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I have another round of applause to our lovely speakers and moderator? Thank you. Oh, no, please remain to be there because we are going to give a token of appreciation to our lovely speakers and our moderator. So I would like to invite Professor Dr. Dewi Anggraini as the Vice Rector 4 to deliver the tokens of appreciations to our plenary speakers and our moderator. So please come forward and distribute the souvenirs. Dr. Kim first, yeah. Give it a round of applause. Oh. Give me a minute. Yeah, and another token of appreciation to the second speaker, Dr. Insinyur Joni Prasetyo. And finally, to our lovely moderator, to Dr. Kenny Rina Sunario. Another round of applause. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Speakers may return to their seats. Thank you. Okay, so we will have another photo session, Sajin. Yeah. With the audience as the background. So to the speakers, please stand with the audience at the back. Yeah, please stand up because we will have a group photo session. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Yeah, and now we are moving to our next agenda, a company presentation by Torcon Power Indonesia. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tagore and Professor Zhang to show the company profile of Torcon Power Indonesia. Please, time and place are yours. You will have 15 minutes to present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think now is go to the noon, but I want to say good mornings, and I would like to present the company profile of our company is Torkon Power Indonesia, PT Torkon Power Indonesia, and I hopefully you can hear about our current status. Next, please. Of course, if you see this slide, PT Torkon Power Indonesia is a company engaged in development of small modular reactor using molten salt reactor type, and we call it TMSR 500. And the history of this company is start from the name of company is Martingales Incorporated from 2015 to 2018, and then from 2018 to 2021, there was a representative office in Jakarta, and from 2021 till now, I think we established the PT Torkon Power Indonesia, and of course, what we have done is before Korea, we have see Korea and another country that established the nuclear power plant. Indonesia has no nuclear power plant. That means we have to try how to realize the first nuclear power plant in Indonesia. Of course, some activities should be done, how to convince our government. It's not easy because no manual to start the nuclear power plant in Indonesia. That's why we start from scratch and how we implement it, how to convince the government. That's we are now is in going process. I hope next year there is a lot of significant news, significant event, and significant decision from government that we can start this project. Next, please. This is our company in Indonesia. Of course, there are some divisions. There are also, as you know, now we have a Bangka office. People now there. As you know, we want to plan to build the reactor in the Bangka province area. That's why now we started to develop our division in the Pangkal Pinang city. And then, please. Okay, this is the reactors look like. If you see, this reactor is not floating type. This is like we put all the units in the bars, and this if you see this, there are two modules. One is nuclear modules in your left hand, and in the right hand is the steam modules. It seems like we can take the nuclear module every 8 years, and then after 8 years, there is a new nuclear module goes to the plant. It means based on this one, we can get very high capacity factor because 8 years. And the summary of the design feature is, as you know, nuclear is a carbon-free emission, and then our electricity per kilowatt hour is about US dollar 0.03. And of course, dispatchable electricity and heat. And we have a capability in black start and load following capabilities. As you know, we have a quite, as you know, I'm not sure what the year, but At the time, all Java is shut down, electricity shut down, and there are not so many power plant in Indonesia have a capability in black start. That's why we see the black start is very important capabilities in our electrical system. And of course, we abandon scalable power. Okay, next please. This is the, okay, I will show you the we have in the left hand side, you see there is, we designed that the cooling capability is indefined. If you see some reactor has the grace period is about 3 days or 5 days. In our system, we have a grace period about 100 days. That's why we can call this is indefined cooling capability with cooling pond and chimneys. And if you see, there is a low pressure reactor, not high pressure reactor. It's about, maximum is about 3 bars. And the decay heat can cooled by the passive system, fully passive system. And then we have a sufficient water supply in the water basement. And if you see, the right-hand side is a steam modules. We can produce a 500 megawatt electric for 1 unit of this plant. If you see, there are 4 reactors. In 1 cycle, 2 reactors produce 2 times 250 megawatts. It means total is 500. And after 4 years, we go to the next reactors and using also the another 2 reactors to produce 2 times 250 megawatt electric. It means all nuclear module can produce electricity in 8 years. Okay, next please. This is the proposed schedule of TMSR 500. If you see, there is like a fuel pathway, and there is also some licensing pathway. We hope in the 2030 we can get a commercial phase. Now we are discussed with government. Hopefully in a few weeks we will got a very strong good news. I hope nuclear community can see this is very important steps go to the first nuclear power plant by Torcon Power. That's why for me as an Indonesian, I think I'm proud if this schedule can be done. Of course, if you see the FOAC is 2030, but after that we can go to the NOAC until 8 gigawatts. And from that, we can make a fabrication of this nuclear power plant. We are in the communication with government. Torcon said that we are committed to the nuclear industry in Indonesia. Not only vendor, we are IPP, we are 100% use our budget for build this this unit of reactor. Next, please. Okay, this is some studies that we are already done. As you know, the important things like feasibility studies already carried out. The survey of public acceptance already done. And then we have also study about ecology study. This is very important before going to the AMDAL. And then next, please. We also have a high-level safety assessment. As you know, we are now in get to the basic and then safety analysis report, and then Gajah Mada and Emprasia Agrupados from Spain already make the high-level safety assessment, and from that point of view, Gajah Mada and Emprasia Agrupados seen this reactor is very, very, I would like to say is an ultra-safe reactor, because very, the safety is fully passive system, and then we didn't there is no operator if there is some accident, we don't need operator. It's like free operators.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tagore, you only have 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, okay, no problem. It's only company profile. It's very, okay, and please goes to, okay, before that, there is number 7. Now we are in the 3S consultation. It's like a pre-licensing with the national regulatory body. We hope in February or March 2024, we get a conclusion from them that how about our pre-licensing phase, and then we hope that after that we can go to the licensing process, especially the site, and then goes to the construction next and commercial. And now Bapeten also has a good harmonizing with the SDM, Ministry of Energy, to how to implement it, the new legal law to implement it, first nuclear power plant. Okay, next please. This is the video from our company. Sorry, in Indonesia.
Sebagai negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia, memiliki jumlah penduduk lebih dari 275 juta jiwa yang tersebar dari Sabang hingga Merauke. Sebagai negara yang sedang berkembang, menjadikan tantangan tersendiri bagi Indonesia yang tidak hanya mampu menyediakan pemerataan energi, namun juga harus bersifat ramah lingkungan dan berkelanjutan. Tingkat konsumsi listrik merupakan kunci untuk meningkatkan tingkat kesejahteraan masyarakat. Melalui energi nuklir, PT Torkon Power Indonesia hadir untuk menjawab tantangan pasokan energi di Indonesia. Berawal dari Martini All-in di tahun 2015 yang berhasil melakukan kerjasama dengan PT PLN dan Pertamina, kemudian berubah nama menjadi Torkon International Indonesia Representative Office di tahun 2019 hingga 2021, di mana telah melakukan perjalanan yang cukup panjang, melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, mulai dari lembaga negara, instansi pemerintah dan juga swasta hingga akademisi. Dan tepat pada tanggal 9 September 2021, kami secara resmi berubah nama menjadi PT Torkon Power Indonesia. Melalui komitmen kami, teknologi yang kami bawa, serta dedikasi kami untuk turut andil dalam menanggulangi perubahan iklim melalui target net zero emission pada tahun 2060 dapat diwujudkan dengan menghadirkan energi nuklir untuk Indonesia.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully we can go to the first group of Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Professor Zheng, you have 10 minutes to present. Thank you.
10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, that's very short, right? Okay. Can you go to the slide first, please? The slides? Oh, you waste my minute. Okay, I only have 9 minutes now. Okay, good, thanks. And can you slide show? Yeah, thank you. So I'm Jin Soo-Jang from the Virginia Tech Nuclear Engineering Program, and I'm a professor there. I'm not work for, I'm collaboration with CERCA, not a former employee of CERCA. Thank you, Ms. Tago, to give me this chance to present our molten salt work. So CERCA reactor is a molten salt reactor. So that's why he asked me to show that the molten salt does work for nuclear reactor. Next slide first, please. So the molten salt has multiple applications in nuclear. So two significant applications that they can use for as a media to process the spent fuel from the spent uranium dioxide. They can also use as coolant and fuel for the nuclear reactor. That's a well-known Gen 4 nuclear reactor. And another application in nuclear energy not listed here is energy storage. So the molten salt is proposed to be energy storage materials for any type of energy that's used for high temperature application. Thanks. Next. So molten salt reactor has many good things, advantages. For example, it can operate at high temperature. It can operate at low pressure, and because the molten salt can be used for parallel processing, so you can make it easy and simple for closed field cycle. And so it also has multiple applications because it operates high temperature. Can be up to, our design is 700 degrees C, but some design can operate at to 900 degrees C as well. So next slide. So this is one example that how can we get molten salt fuel from spent nuclear oxide fuel that's commercially not produced from the commercial reactor. So from the UO2, you can make them into, put them into a parallel processing that based on molten salt. And from that parallel processing, you can get uranium metal and also actinide metal as well. So then you can use that metal to fabricate your molten salt fuel. And you can also do directly from the molten salt, used molten salt to be a molten salt fuel and separate the useful materials from that spent as well. So by do fluorination and chlorination, you can get salt fuel. So this is just one example. Next. So molten salt has many advantages as I just lectured, and however, they have key shortcomings, key concern. So the key concern is the corrosion and chemistry complexity. So there are many interactions between salt and your materials. So I give some example here. So oxidation, impregation, and dissolution, and some deposition. So this degradation that we have to solve it before we really use molten salt as our nuclear reactor fuel and coolant. So next, the degradation is mainly corrosion, and so you can see the corrosion actually is impurity-driven process. If you have impurities, so that the molten salt will be corrosive. So the major impurity in our molten salt, especially for silicon reactor, is fluoride salt, right? We have water, moisture, we have oxygen, we may have HF for the chloride salt, and for the fluoride salt, for the chloride salt, we may add HCl. And we also have some other structure materials ions that's in your salt that are also corrosive. Iron ions, nickel ions, they are also very corrosive. And we also have a fission product. So, for example, EU3+, they can also be corrosive as well. So the corrosion reaction is an electrochemical process. The overall reaction I show here, for example, if I have iron fluoride in your salt, so iron will react with chromium to form chromium oxide, then dissolve chromium, so that will chloride chromium. Next, the good thing is that we can purify our salt and remove the impurity, then we can mitigate the corrosion very significantly. So there are several ways that you can remove your impurity. You can heat your salt, called thermal purification. You can use the chemical materials, for example, HF. You can, by reaction with the HF, you can remove some oxide. And you can also do some electrochemical separation to separate the materials that is corrosive in your salt. Next slide first. So our university, Virginia Tech, we develop a process that we can purify the salt. From the very beginning of the salt, we purchase from some supplier, and we can get a very clean salt after we do the purification. So this process, including I show here, in each process, you will remove a group of impurities. So finally, you can get a very clean molten salt. Next slide. So I show some equipment that we have. And so this equipment just follow the procedure I just showed last slide. So based on this equipment, we put the salt, and the product will be a purified salt. So what's the purified salt look like? And show next slide. So next slide showing this is the purified salt that we do from our experiment. So the first is sodium lithium fluoride. It's white, very white, and the crystal structure, very nice picture. And the second one is uranium barium fluoride salt. So it's green, because uranium fluoride is green, sodium fluoride is white. And we also purify some FLANAC, it's potassium, lithium, sodium fluoride. You can also see it's a very, very clean salt. There are no black stuff there. After we purified, next slide, you can see the corrosion is completely reduced. So the one on the left, on your right, that is on your left, that is non-purified salt, just thermal purified. On your left, you see the purified salt corrosion. After purification, the salt was not corrosive as before that, just thermal purification. And next slide, this is chloride salt. This is the fluoride salt as well. It's uranium barium fluoride salt. And you also see that based on the two pictures, that you can see that the corrosion was significantly reduced by chemical purification.
I'm sorry,
very
5
quick.
minutes
Yeah,
remaining.
5 minutes, good. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. So will you count me the first 1 minute waste? Okay, okay, good. Please, next slide. Okay, so you also can do redox control at online. So by this, you can also reduce the corrosion. And so there are several ways that you can do online redox control. You can use gas, you can use metal, you can use soluble-soluble reaction that you can control the redox potential. Then you can inhibit the corrosion as well. So next. So this is a figure that we draw in our paper. So if you use the soluble-soluble, for example, uranium 4+ to uranium 3+ ratio, so you can control your corrosion potential to be lower than the corrosion potential for iron and chromium. So then the iron and chromium will not be corroded. So that is for fluoride salt, also for zircon salt. But for the fluoride salts, if you want to use UF3, UF4 ratio, control it, so it's very difficult. UCF4 or uranium tetrachloride is very corrosive. So most of use, if you use uranium 4+ to 3+ ratio to control your corrosion, that is an effective way for fluoride salt, but not effective way for chloride salt. Next. Okay, so the other things that the other method you can inhibit your corrosion is you may edit some inhibitors. For example, you can add chromium fluoride into your salt, very little, then you can reduce your chromium corrosion in your salt based on the Nernst equation. Next. Okay, so for a molten salt system, we know corrosion is a concern. However, if you control your chemistry, if you monitor your chemistry in your salts, and also control your chemistry in your flow loop, so you can reduce your corrosion based on experiment. So for all the molten salt reactor, we have a chemistry control system. It's look like this, and you have a chemistry control, you have a chemistry monitor, so the chemistry monitor will feedback to your chemistry control, so then you can continue control your chemistry in real time, so the corrosion can be reduced. Keep in mind when the molten salt is the fuel, all the fission product will be in the fuel as well. So you have to control your chemistry during experiment. Next. Okay, so this is the old slide. Sorry, okay, can you go back? There are no other slides. So this is old presentation. I sent a new one. I forgot to use the old one. So summary, very quick summary. The summary is that the molten salt can be used for pyroprocessing, can be used for molten salt reactor, and the molten salt have a concern about corrosion, but by purify your salt and online control your chemistry, you can significantly reduce the corrosion. So, so that's my major conclusion. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhang. And please give it a round of applause to our lovely speakers, Mr. Tagore and Professor Zhang. Unfortunately, we do not have discussion sessions, so if you have any question, please send them directly by approaching them directly during the break time. So thank you very much. And now we are moving to our next agenda, which is a lunch time. So please enjoy our provided lunch outside and return to the respective first parallel session at 1:15. To the presenters, please be ready in your respective room at 1:15. So so all the participants and the audiences are permitted to leave outside and have our lunch. And while you are having lunch, please visit the exhibition booth by Himni and Nuclindo Lab. And thank you, and we will have a closing session at 4. So please return to this hall at 4 p.m. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.